Chapter 3671. As he healed his wounds, his face was filled with horror. After the two golden lights in front of him were sent flying, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stopped in midair. It was only then that Lin Xian realized that they were actually two bugs. Two of them had wings and were yellow all over. There were black patterns on their bodies, and they looked like bees. How was that possible? Lin Xian was completely stunned. How could two bees make them so miserable? They even seemed to be able to easily kill any level 3 sage. Even a level 4 sage might not be able to block them. What kind of bee was that? It was too terrifying. After the earth demon demonic rat saw it, its scalp went numb. Damn it, the killer saint bees were meant to kill sages. Lin Xian also gasped when he heard that. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was a terrifying existence. He asked, are they native to the East Spirit World or the Demon City? Or are they raised by a sage? They should be native to the East Spirit World. I've heard of the killer saint bees before, but I didn't expect them to be here. At this point, its voice trembled. Could it be that their hive is on the ancient tree in front of us? If that's the case, we're dead meat. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also muttered in his heart. The two killer saint bees were already so powerful. If there was a hive of them, he could only run away. But fortunately, it seemed that this was not their nest. He just didn't know why they were here. Lin Xian looked at the East Spirit Stone again and frowned. Perhaps someone brought the East Spirit Stone here and was killed. This could also explain why the East Spirit Stone was on the tree. Let's go. There are other East Spirit Stones in other places. Don't worry, the East Spirit Stone is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, there might be East Spirit Stones in other places, but there might not be killer saint bees in other places. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat was dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack killer saint bees? No way, don't provoke this thing. If a group of them comes, we'll definitely die. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light. He said, Little White, go get the East Spirit Stone and leave these two bees to me. Whitey's figure flickered as it flew towards the ancient tree in front. Seeing this, the two sacred killing peaks immediately made their moves too. However, Lin Xian made his move. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of sword qi that cut through the void. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes blossomed with unparalleled brilliance. I technique, Heavenly Heart. This was a control type I technique. It was the upgraded version of Moonlight Shadow. At this moment, the two saint-slaying peaks were shaking nonstop. They had received a huge soul attack. With a flap of its wings, two streaks of golden light clashed in the air. Wherever it passed, large black cracks appeared in the void. When the earth fiend demonic rat saw this scene, it was so frightened that it hurriedly dug out the soil and went underground, trembling. As for Lin Xian, he was constantly using ocular techniques to attack his opponent's soul. After 30 minutes, the two saint-slaying peaks finally stopped being so irritable and stopped in midair. Come here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two saint-slaying bees flew over and landed on his palm. Lin Xian looked carefully. He had to admit that these two saint-slaying bees were very beautiful if he looked carefully. The black spots on their bodies were like Dao patterns, full of mysterious aura. Come out, it's fine now. He stomped the ground with his foot. The earth fiend demonic rat came out, its green eyes looking around. Have you killed them? No, they're in my hands. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. When the earth fiend demonic rat saw the two saint-slaying peaks in his palm, it was immediately scared out of its wits. It wanted to leave, but it was kicked out by Lin Xian. Now, these are already mine. Yours? What do you mean? The earth fiend demonic rat stopped. He waited for a long time and found that these two saint-slaying peaks did not attack. This made him heave a sigh of relief. I've already controlled their souls. They're already mine now. These simple words made the earth fiend demonic rat's hair stand on end. This was an eye technique. And it was an extremely terrifying eye technique. This young man was too powerful. Fortunately, it had cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, the other party would have directly controlled its soul and turned it into a walking corpse. It would not have any ability to resist. These two killing Saint Peaks might be able to play an unimaginable role. Lin Xian put it away. Then he took the East Spirit Stone from Little White. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they were on their way again. While Lin Xian was collecting the spirit stones, another group of people arrived in the East Spirit World. These people were the second batch of examinees from Wushuang City, which was Di Ling, Yu Qianya, and the others. They waited for 3 days before taking the test again. After passing the test, they were teleported here. When they first arrived, they were also shocked by the terror of the East Spirit World. However, a few of them sneered. For example, Yu Qianya's eyes were red. Finally, it was the third stage. Lin Xian, you can't escape. I'll tear you into pieces. On the other side, it was the same for Di Ling, Lin Wudi. You dare to eliminate me? I'll make you wish you were dead. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky, entering the mountain range. In the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a beautiful figure, like a fairy. She took out an East Spirit Stone from the waterfall, then wiped the water off her face. She looked around. This is the second East Spirit Stone. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing? She was Shunjingqiu. At this moment, she had also obtained the second East Spirit Stone, but she still had not met Lin Xian. With Brother Lin's strength, he should be fine here. But Brother Lin might be worried about me. No, I can't distract Brother Lin. Shunjingqiu thought for a moment, then spat out a purple cloud. Then she spoke to the cloud. Brother Lin, Qiu are safe. You don't have to look for me. Gather the 10 East Spirit Stones, and we'll meet at Dongling Mountain. Dongling Mountain was the final destination. After the people of Wushuang City gathered the 10 East Spirit Stones, they would head to Dongling Mountain. From there, they could return to Wushuang City. After speaking, Shunjingqiu waved her hand, and the purple cloud floated in the sky, carrying her aura. As long as Lin Xian saw it, he would definitely recognize it. Then, Lin Xian would be able to hear what she said. After doing this, Shunjingqiu identified a direction and left. Not long after she left, a figure flew over and blended into the waterfall. Then, with a sigh, the East Spirit Stone was taken away. Then he looked up at the sky. She hadn't gone too far. This is Shunjingqiu's aura. He had just left. In the pool of water, thousands of water droplets condensed into a handsome man. It was Yu Qianya. Chapter 3672. Should he go and kill Shunjingqiu? Yu Qianya thought about it and gave up. Forget it. My main target is that kid. As long as I get rid of that kid, the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at this purple cloud, it should be able to lure that kid over. All right, I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll show him how powerful I am. There was a waterfall in the mountains. There should be an East Spirit Stone hidden in it. If it hadn't been taken away. The earth fiend demonic rat's eyes flashed, and it started to point the way again. Lin Xian set off towards the location of the third East Spirit Stone. He flew all the way to the mountains. Before he reached the waterfall, he stopped. In the next moment, he saw a ball of purple aura in the sky. A ball of purple cloud. He was stunned. The earth fiend demonic rat was also stunned. What a strange cloud. Who spat it out? Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It was Qiu Ber. Qiu must have left it behind. Buzz. He probed with a large hand and grabbed towards the sky. As he moved, the waterfall on the other side also changed. Countless splashes of water turned into streaks of flowing light and rushed towards him. In an instant, the void in front of him was pierced. Oh no, there's an enemy. The earth fiend demonic rat screamed again. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, He uprooted the ground and formed a huge mountain in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared in another space. He grabbed the purple cloud in his hand. Was it a trap? His face was cold. However, at this moment, Shen Jingqiu's voice came from the cloud. "Brother Lin, I'm fine. You don't have to look for me. We'll meet at Dongling Mountain." It was Qiu Er's voice. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, Qiu Er didn't seem to be in any danger. Who was the one who attacked? Since it wasn't a trap, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the waterfall, the seawater condensed into a figure. "Kid, you're finally here." That figure stood on the water, and the murderous aura he emitted was earth-shattering. A level 4 saint. The earth fiend demonic rat was pushed far away again, its face full of fear. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "It's you, you bastard, you're here too." She didn't expect that the one waiting for her here was actually Yu Qianya. Was this miss left behind by Yu Qianya to confuse him? No, that shouldn't be the case. Qiu must have left it behind, and Yu Qianya must have discovered it after she left. In an instant, he understood. A loser like you actually managed to enter. I have to say that you're really lucky. However, you didn't cherish this opportunity and even dared to cause trouble for me. Are you tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, this Yu Qianya was an idiot. Even now, he still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this courting death? Yu Qianya snorted coldly. "Brat, don't be so arrogant. The reason why you passed the second stage was because of the suppression of your innate techniques and cultivation base. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Today, in this place, without any suppression, I will let you know my strength. I will let you die in despair." At the end of his words, the wind and rain changed. The waterfall behind him spun nonstop, turning into a silver dragon that crawled under Yu Qianya's feet. "Brat, use the 2 bees, you just gotta kill him." The earth fiend demonic rat quickly said from behind. "Kill him? Forget it. It's such a precious thing. Isn't it a waste to kill a trash? What a joke." Killing the bees was Lin Xian's trump card. He would only use it when necessary. He didn't put a mere Yu Qianya in his eyes. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Since you want to fight with me, show me your full strength. Attack with your full strength, or you won't have any chance." I should be the one saying that. "You better use your full strength, or I can kill you in one move." Yu Qianya sneered. "Is that so? Let me attack first?" "Sure." Lin Xian nodded. "Then, do you want to give me 3 moves?" "So what?" Yu Qianya sneered. He had absolute confidence in this place. He was an entire realm higher than his opponent. Not to mention 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent with 300 moves. What he wanted to do now was to let his opponent know what despair was. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. He really wanted to know what his opponent's expression would be after the first move. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yu Qianya and punched out. Yu Qianya was instantly torn into pieces. "Ah!" A miserable cry sounded. The sky was full of saint blood. Yu Qianya's corpse fell into the waterfall. This scene stunned the earth fiend demonic rats at the back. He came back to his senses. This 4th level guy isn't much. He's such an idiot. How can he stand there and let others hit him? The snow-white little monkey beside him said, while eating a spirit fruit. "Did water get into his brain?" Lin Xian said. "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength? Ah, damn kid. I'm going to kill you." Yu Qianya's body, which had been torn to pieces, quickly healed. His handsome face instantly became distorted. Damn it. I was too careless. How can my opponent be so strong? He must have secretly used a saint artifact. Damn it. My opponent is too despicable. I won't let you off. The law on his body spread out. A terrifying aura rushed out. Lin Xian said, "Why? You want to fight? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are still 2 more. You won't go back on your words, right?" These words were like slaps to the face. Yu Qianya's face was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was incomparably confident that he would let his opponent have 3 moves. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations? His body was shattered in the first move. If he were to hit 2 more times, he would be seriously injured. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable kid, you are too shameless. I take back my words." Take back my words? I'm despicable and shameless? I think it's you who is too shameless. Someone like you is also a 4th-level saint? You don't even keep your words. What a joke. Humph. Who would know here? Yu Qianya said shamelessly. Indeed. There are only 2 people here. So what if he's shameless? Oh my, I've never seen someone so shameless. The earth fiend demonic rat at the back could not stand it anymore. This guy is too thick-skinned. Who said no one saw it? Aren't we humans? Bah. We are demons. But what's wrong? Can't demons despise you? A smelly rat dares to clamor in front of me? Yu Qianya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. The earth fiend demonic rat took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of Lin Xian, he was not afraid. Do you think that you can be shameless just because there is no one here? I'll let you see the outcome of being shameless. Relatives, come out. Chapter 3673. The earth demon demonic rat roared, and the ground trembled. Countless rats jumped out. These rats might not be as strong as the earth demon demonic rat, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, and pairs of green eyes were looking around. Oh, it was their ancestor. When they saw the earth demon demonic rat, they kept worshipping it. Indeed, with the earth demon demonic rat's identity as a level 3 demonic rat, he could indeed be their ancestor. The earth demon demonic rat said to countless descendants, "Remember this person. He's despicable and shameless." What's his name? His name is Yu Qianya, Lin Xian said. Yes, yes, yes. Remember this, Yu Qianya. Despicable and shameless. Hurry up and spread the word. Let everyone in the East Spirit world know that there is such a shameless guy. Courting death. Yu Qianya was mad. A small demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him. He raised his hand, and a ray of light flew out. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked. Fortunately, Lin Xian made a move. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the ray of light. Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I wrong? Aren't you despicable and shameless? Humph. You're sharp-tongued. Now, I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, Yu Qianya's body swayed, turned into countless water droplets, and rushed forward quickly. What a terrifying movement technique. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked to see it from afar. Indeed, Yu Qianya's body seemed to have turned into countless water droplets, killing people silently. Each droplet could penetrate through a level 3 demonic rat. It could be said that it was very terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by these water droplets. Those raindrops fell on his body, making sonorous sounds like thousands of thunder. The space was completely shattered and annihilated. No way, I was completely hit. The earth demon demonic rat was horrified. Yu Qianya's lips curled into a smile. Humph, idiot kid, I've said it. You're not mine at all outside. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. How is this possible? He screamed and retreated. Because he saw that under his attack, Lin Xian walked out. His whole body was covered in golden light. He's unharmed. He's unharmed? It was too unbelievable. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to that of a 4th heaven saint. It was really surprising. Is this what you have to be proud of? Your strength outside isn't that great either. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden sword chi. In an instant, the sword chi shattered the air and slashed towards Yu Qianya. Wang! Yu Qianya's body turned into countless water droplets. After dodging the sword, he sneered. Useless brat, you can't hurt me at all. I have the body of true water. At this point, he laughed proudly. His physique and bloodline were extraordinary, unfathomably deep. Can't hurt you? Are you sure? Lin Xian sneered at the other party. The other party's strength was only SOSO. To be honest, he had no interest in tangling with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly shot out a dragon-shaped sword chi, which contained the terrifying aura of the great dragon sword soul. Useless brat. Yu Qinya didn't dodge at all, and turned back into raindrops. As long as he was in this state, he could dodge any attack. But this time, he was gravely mistaken. This was the dragon-shaped sword chi, which could destroy everything. As expected, when the sword slashed down, Yu Qinya instantly screamed. Blood flowed out from the countless raindrops. Damn it! How is this possible? Yu Qinya retreated crazily. A huge crack appeared on his body. It was terrifying, and even his internal organs flowed out. Damn it, this is impossible. He was completely stunned. His body of true water was broken by the other party. How is this possible? This is an extremely special physique. Lin Xian sneered. What body of true water? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. I've said it before, you're not my opponent at all. Whether it's in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion or outside in the real world, you can't even withstand a single blow. Damn it, this is impossible. Yu Qinya screamed. The countless raindrops on his body began to shine. His body of true water could not only withstand countless attacks, but also had a strong recovery effect. After all, water nourished all things. But the strength of the sword chi and the remnant sword intent on it shocked him. His body of true water could not completely heal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the injury had been stopped. But at this moment, Lin Xian's fist came over. It arrived in front of him. With a boom, Yu Qinya was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, turning Yu Qinya into a bloody mist. His cold eyes surrounded the bloody mist. He said coldly, "Do you still think you can fight against me now?" Yu Qinya was completely stunned. His heart was trembling violently. What was going on? He screamed, and his body healed again. His face was incomparably pale. Defeated, was he defeated? With just a few simple moves, the other party had beaten him to the point where he could not even fight back. Damn it! It made him feel powerless, just like when he was in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But that was because his cultivation was suppressed. He could not use his great skills. Now, he could use any divine ability without the suppression of his cultivation base. But he was still not a match for his opponent. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? No, I don't believe it. Yu Qinya opened his mouth and spat out a decree that bloomed with incomparable light. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Not only that, he also took out an umbrella. That was a saint artifact. The decree danced in front of him, and the umbrella spun above his head. In an instant, Yu Qinya's whole body was covered in defense. "Kid, I will make you pay the price." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The ancient words on the decree flickered and pushed forward. It was like a seal of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. What a terrifying aura. What kind of rune was that? The earth demon rat retreated again. The aura made his hair stand on end. Even the little white monkey stopped eating the spirit fruit and began to worry. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and also threw out a decree. The two decrees collided in the air and intertwined, forming countless Tao of heaven and earth. Damn kid, this is my Rain Clan's item. Seeing this decree, Yu Qinya was instantly angry. It was very obvious that this was the decree of his sister. He snorted. "You are an outsider. You can't display the true power of our decrees." As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the decree bloomed with incomparable light. Only the power of our Rain Clan's bloodline can display the decree to its fullest. As expected, Lin Xian's decree was suppressed, and it began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Yu Qinya laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You are not my opponent at all. Is that so? You rely too much on decrees. You don't know what is the most important thing in the dark?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. The most important thing was not the bloodline nor the laws, but the ancient words on it. These are the ancient scripture words. You idiot, you can't even comprehend the most important thing. After saying that, Lin Xian did not pay attention to his opponent anymore. Instead, he stretched out a finger and drew a few arcs in the sky. What he wrote was the ancient scripture words on the laws. Chapter 3674. If an ordinary person wrote it, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and used the laws to write it. That power was truly unparalleled. After writing it, the sound of a sword and a dragon's roar could be heard from the ancient character. With a palm strike, the ancient scripture character was incomparably powerful, and it directly knocked away the other party's decree. It even directly pierced through the other party's decree. How could it be like this? Yu Qianye vomited blood. His decree was broken. It was defeated by the other party with a single word. Did you see that? That was the true mystery of the decree. As for you, you only relied on the power of your weapon. You didn't study the essence of it at all. Lin Xian's voice sounded as if he was lecturing the other party. After Yu Qianye heard it, his lungs exploded with anger. Damn it! Was the other party lecturing him? What right did he have? He was going crazy with anger. I relied on the power of my old weapon. So what? Although you broke my decree, I have a saint weapon. As he spoke, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head. This was a true saint weapon that could store everything. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly Luo umbrella kept floating in the air as if it was going to store the entire world. At the same time, Lin Xian also felt a huge power. Kid, be obediently taken in by my heavenly Luo umbrella and turn into a pool of blood. Yu Qianye laughed sinisterly again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You're really an idiot. Do you think you're the only one who has a saint weapon? With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the Great Destruction Spear to contend with it. Instantly, it blocked the heavenly Luo umbrella. The two great sage weapons were intertwined. Meanwhile, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. He walked forward. Damn it! Yu Qianye roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have a saint weapon. It was really out of his expectations. However, soon, he revealed a sinister expression. After killing you, the saint weapon will be mine. He charged over and used the Rain Clan's great ability, Wind and Rain Sword. A sword of laws appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it brought about a storm of sword shadows. One had to admit that Yu Qianye was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword shadow, Lin Xian directly used the spatial ability, Void Escape. In an instant, he completely disappeared and appeared in front of his opponent. Then he took out another item. It was a bead. The moment the bead appeared, Yu Qianye instantly felt his body stiffen. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him. Wind and Rain soared also instantly. Damn it, what was that? Yu Qianye, in the next moment he screamed. Mind fixation bead. You actually... The only thing that could freeze him in place in an instant was that terrifying saint artifact, the mind fixation pearl. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he had a thought. You are the mysterious killer. He was really shocked. When he was in Ninefold Heaven's projection, a seventh-floor assassin appeared and threatened him with the mind fixation bead. At that time, he was held hostage, his sister was humiliated, and the small saint of his family knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of this was done by the kid in front of him. His eyes were burning, his head was smoking, and his lungs were about to explode. That's right, it's me. It seems that you're not too stupid. You know, from the beginning to the end, you've never been my opponent. How laughable. You still dare to fight me. I can only say that you're courting death. Damn kid, let me go. Let's fight to the death. Fight to the death. Are we not fighting to the death now? Lin Xian directly slapped out. Half of Yu Qianye's face was shattered. Yu Qianye was knocked to the ground. He could not move at all. The power of the mind fixation bead was absolutely terrifying. Then Lin Xian began to attack. First, he broke all the bones in his opponent's body. Then, he used lightning and fire to torture Yuqinya. Yuqinya screamed crazily. He had never experienced such torture in his life. In the end, he was even hit by the eye technique. Locking spring and autumn. That kind of torture on the soul made him hover between life and death. In the end, madness appeared in Yuqinya's eyes. He self-detonated and exploded into a bloody mist. His soul escaped with a small part of the saint's blood. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat said, "Kid, quickly chase him. Don't let him escape." Lin Xian did not immediately attack. "No hurry. He's just a piece of trash. How can he escape from me?" "Then why didn't you chase him?" The earth demon demonic rat was very puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you ask your relatives to spread the news of this kid's shamelessness throughout the East spirit world? I just want him to know what his reputation is like. I want him to die in pain and humiliation. I want everyone to know the consequences of daring to chase me." Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Yuqinya was too despicable. He had tried to kill him more than once. If he was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. This time, he would not be soft-hearted. Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the falling rain umbrella. That umbrella turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Obviously, it was summoned by Yuqinya. "Let's go and watch a good show." Lin Xian waved his hand. Little White and the earth demon demonic rat came to his side again. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the vast mountains, a blood light flew past. It was Yuqinya. At this moment, his body had recovered, but he was much weaker. This time, he only took 1/3 of his blood with him. Moreover, he had experienced so much torture before. His soul was injured, and his body was seriously injured. The current him could not even use half of his strength. It was already very good to be able to use 1/10 of his strength. "Damn it, this is really too damn." Yuqinya roared crazily. He really did not expect that he would fall into the hands of the other party. He must take revenge. However, before he left, he had to recover first. He walked into the depths of the forest. He wanted to find a quiet place to recover. At this moment, he heard 2 tree demons talking. "Have you heard? A despicable and shameless guy came to our East spirit world." "I know, despicable and shameless. I think his name is Yuqinya." Puff. Yuqinya spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Did that damn rat really spread the news? He originally thought that the other party was just angry at him. He did not expect that the other party really did it. "Go to hell." Yuqinya waved his hand. 2 laws flew out and killed the 2 tree demons. At the same time, he walked in with a dark face. However, after a few steps, he heard people whispering again. They were all some small insects and plant beasts. At this moment, they were all talking crazily. "Do you know that there is a despicable and shameless Yuqinya?" Yuqinya spat out another mouthful of blood. Go to hell." He attacked and killed all the beasts. At the same time, his whole body trembled. "I want to see who dares to speak ill of me." His soul spread out in all directions. The space of millions of miles was completely covered by him. However, in the next moment, he vomited 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 3675. It turned out that everyone in the East spirit world was talking about him. Not only the beasts, but even some of the challengers knew about it. For example, the people of Wushuang City knew about it. What? Despicable and shameless Yuqinya, was he actually beaten up? This Yuqinya wasn't that strong. Yeah, and it was said that he was despicable. Furthermore, those monstrous beasts even said that he was an unpardonably evil person. Despicable and shameless? That was a small matter. He was ugly. He attacked his own sister. He attacked his benefactor. He attacked his own sister. He even attacked his own father. In short, he was as shameless as he could be. Yu Qianya's body exploded. In the next moment, he fell to the ground.
Dead.
At this moment, the severely injured Yu Qianya was dead. She would be angered to death by him. Seeing this, the earth fiend demonic rat's eyes widened. Damn, a level 4 sage was angered to death. This was probably the first time in thousands of years. Lin Xian sneered. He deserved it. If he didn't provoke me, he wouldn't have ended up like this.
Ah.
Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a gray shadow rushed out from Yu Qianya's body. It was a spirit. However, it was different from a normal spirit. It was black and had a strong evil aura. Not good. A vengeful spirit. The earth fiend demonic rat screamed. I knew this guy wouldn't die. Lin Xian sneered. A mere vengeful spirit. What can it do to me? Yu Qianya was indeed dead. He didn't expect himself to be angered to death. He was indignant. Although his spirit was defeated, it wasn't completely destroyed. Therefore, after he died, he became a vengeful spirit. Although he was living in another way between heaven and earth, it was completely different from being truly alive before. After becoming a vengeful spirit, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate again. Moreover, his strength was greatly reduced. It wasn't easy for him to be alive. All of this was given to him by Lin Xian. He wouldn't let Lin Xian go. You won't let me off? Lin Xian descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Why won't you let me go? Not good, the other party is coming. Yu Qianya's vengeful spirit was scared out of his wits. He was no match for the other party and wanted to escape.
Wang.
Lin Xian reached out with his giant hand, which blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Like a cage, he directly grabbed the other party. If you wanted to turn into something else, it might be very troublesome, but you chose to turn into a vengeful spirit. I can only say that you are very stupid. Don't worry, Qi is not your final destination. I want you to die in another 10,000 reincarnations. Lin Xian immediately opened Spring-Autumn Lock. Vengeful spirits were also a type of soul. They were unable to resist eye techniques, especially one as powerful as Lin Xian's. In the next moment, Yu Qianya's vengeful spirit was hit by an eye technique and was pulled into an illusory world. Here, he would receive 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. Every time, he would be mercilessly tortured. It was a fate worse than death. A few seconds later, Yu Qianya's vengeful spirit disappeared. He was killed without a trace. In fact, the real situation was that he had experienced tens of thousands of reincarnations and tens of thousands of years of torture. The earth fiend demonic rat swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he didn't provoke such a killing god. Otherwise, his ending would be very miserable. Yu Qianya was dead. Next, he had to deal with the other party's storage room. Among them, the saint artifact, Tian Luo Umbrella, turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After an earth-shattering battle, Lin Xian directly subdued Tian Luo Flash. He threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda and used the starry sky to refine it. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the black earth again. It was already 90% complete. It wouldn't be long before it completely turned into a saint artifact. This way, he would have more saint artifacts in his hands. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian directly handed the mind-settling pearl to Xiaobai. He said, "Little guy, this is for you in the future." Little White took it over. "What are those big black eyes?" "Wow, that's great. With this thing along with my treasure bowl, I can snatch anything when the time comes." He laughed mischievously. "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." Lin Xian and the other two turned into a stream of light and continued on their way. Although Yu Qianya was dead, the news of him being despicable and shameless continued to spread. In the entire Eastern spirit world, everyone knew about it. The examinees of Wushuang City had heard about it too. When Di Ling heard the news, his face turned gloomy. What was this Yu Qianya doing? What a piece of trash. I thought that I didn't have to do it myself. Who knew that I would have to do it myself? Well, I'll deal with this Lin Wudi personally. As Lin Xian flew, he began to clean up Yu Qianya's storage ring. He had to admit that this young master had a lot of things. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just the pills for cultivation alone, he found thousands of bottles. He took out hundreds of bottles and swallowed them all. He began to eat them like jelly beans. The ground fiend demonic rat looked on with envy. These were all miraculous elixirs for the cultivation of saints. It was not easy to get one on a normal day. Now that the other party had handed over thousands of them, it was a waste to eat them. His heart was bleeding as he looked at her. However, Lin Xian didn't care. These were obtained by accident. Furthermore, there was no difference between eating it carefully and eating it in large quantities now, and the cultivation effect was no different. As for the remaining pills and cultivation treasures, Lin Xian directly opened them and threw the Sword Realm's small world in for the Great Dragon's Sword Soul to absorb. The improvement of the Great Dragon's Sword Soul was more difficult than the improvement of his cultivation. It required more resources. After a few more days, Lin Xian had already obtained 5 East Spirit Stones. The mission was half completed, which made him more confident. With the ground demon rat, his speed of collecting East Spirit Stones was much faster than others. Now, they were on the way to collect the 6th East Spirit Stone. But half a day later, the ground demon rat said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He didn't know. He felt uneasy. There seemed to be danger approaching. Lin Xian frowned and carefully sensed. There was no danger. The snow-white little monkey next to him was also puzzled. However, the ground demon rat said, "It should be a characteristic of our race. We have a particularly strong sense of hidden danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this should be true. Perhaps there really was some unknown danger. Take a detour. Lin Xian didn't want to be nosy. He prepared to take a detour. However, a few hours later, the ground demon rat said again, "Stop. The danger is still there. There's danger again. What's going on? You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" The ground demon rat's expression was extremely solemn. "Impossible. I swear on my life that there's definitely danger. I didn't sense it wrong." Then things were strange. The danger had always been there, which meant that someone had been following him. Chapter 3676. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was cold as he looked in all directions. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. And after opening his body, the strange runes inside pulsated twice. It seemed that there was someone nearby, but he couldn't see through it for a while. Who was it? "Sneaky, come out." Lin Xian stood in the void and shouted coldly. There was no one around, but Lin Xian was on guard. His heavenly secret divine eyes and earth fiend demonic rat told him that there was a problem. Then someone was hiding here. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void and spread toward him. This attack was very sudden, and it was right beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar angrily and use his divine body to block. Boom! He collided with a terrifying spatial crack and was sent flying. The spatial crack was also kicked away by him. As expected, someone attacked. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely cold. Who was it? Was it Dealing? Or was it Ghostly? After Yu Qianya died, these two people were most likely to attack him. Moreover, these two people were also very strong, far stronger than Yu Qianya. However, it shouldn't be Dealing because with Dealing's arrogant personality, he should directly come out to kill him. Then, was it Ghostly? After all, the other party came from the Fiend planet. He was despicable and sinister, so he definitely wouldn't attack him head-on. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. "Ghostly, I let you go last time, but you still dare to act recklessly. In that case, you can go to hell to see Yu Qianya." Lin Xian's voice was cold as his gaze swept in all directions. However, no one answered. In the sky, an eye appeared. A black eye was erected in the sky. This sudden appearance made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian frowned, his eyelids twitching. Earth fiend demonic rat was swept by that gaze, and its heart turned cold as if its soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss.
It was too terrifying.
As a third firmament demon sage, the earth fiend demonic rat was unable to withstand this aura. How strong was this person? Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. This black eye gave him a similarly huge threat. Damn it, just who was it? This aura was too terrifying. Was it really ghostly? Ghostly had such a terrifying aura? That's not right. Could it be that it wasn't ghostly?
Who was that?
If you don't want to talk, then I'll destroy your eyes. Lin Xian roared furiously. He waved his hand, and a sword beam slashed forward. The black eye in front of him pulsated and shot out a black blade of light. It also slashed over and collided with the sword chi. With a loud clang, the two of them were sent flying. The void was shattered. The aura emitted by the black eye was even more terrifying now.
Wang.
Lin Xian raised his hand, and another 5-elemental mountain flew out. His opponent fired out another black blade of light. This time, the 5-elemental mountain was cleaved in half. Lin Xian's figure flickered and dodged the black blade of light. His face was completely gloomy. What a terrifying attack. One had to know that his 5 elemental laws were very strong. It was not a problem for him to beat a 4th firmament saint like Yu Qian. However, his opponent could easily cut through his divine ability. This person was very strong. Had he finally met his match? Lin Xian looked solemn. In front of him, the black eye suddenly pulsated. Black ripples spread out and then swept towards Lin Xian. Not good. The earth fiend demonic rat went crazy. How could they block such a terrifying eye technique attack? Lin Xian's face also changed. He formed a seal with his palms and green ripples appeared in the golden eye. Blue tide birth. It was also a terrifying eye technique. The green ripples and black ripples collided in the sky and were annihilated silently. This silent collision was even more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth. If one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. After a long time, the two slowly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a voice sounded. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to block my ghost eye. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Until now, he had not found any trace of the other party. This was a very bad sign. You dared to kill my fellow disciples. I was originally here to kill you and avenge my junior brother. However, I didn't expect you to have such a strange pair of eyes. Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to die happily. Kneel down, dig out your eyes, and offer them to me. I can let you die happily. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. If you want my eyes, let's see if you have the ability. Stupid, you're not my opponent at all. A cold voice sounded, but still no one appeared. There was only a vertical black eye floating there, but now it was even more sinister and terrifying. That ghost eye was pulsating. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out from it and kept growing. As soon as they appeared, they roared into the sky. They were black creatures that looked like black leopards and black wolves, but they were obviously more terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a few sword chi flew out, colliding with a few black beasts. One of them was sent flying, but it did not die immediately. This scene caused Lin Xian to be even more shocked. The ground fiend demonic rat shrieked. This eye technique, could it be that it belonged to someone? 100 Eyes Demon Sage. This was a very powerful beast. Its body was a centipede with hundreds of eyes, and the power of each eye was different. It could use many kinds of eye techniques. It grew up in the East Spirit world, but later joined the Thousand Demon City. It was very terrifying, far above the lightning beasts. It might be a 5th-level demon sage. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. People from the Thousand Demon City, no wonder. Previously, he killed a lightning beast that was about to reach the Tao. It seemed that the other party's experts were here for revenge. If the Thousand Demon City wants to kill you, you have to kneel down obediently and wait to be killed. You dare to resist and kill my junior brother. Today, you will die without a doubt. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage's voice sounded. Lin Xian sneered. How arrogant, how domineering. But are you sure you can kill me? Useless kid. Although you are strong and have an eye technique, you're still no match for me. I only have to use a ghost eye now, and you can't beat me. Enjoy it slowly. These beasts are spirits that I summoned from the ghost world. Let's see how you can stop them. Was it summoned? Lin Xian frowned. The ground demon rat trembled. Damn it, the rumors were true. It was said that the ghost eye was connected to the ghost Dao world. It seemed that it was true. Really? Summoned? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I don't know? He formed a seal with his palm and used the phantom spirit curse.
Buzz.
The void shattered, and a warhorse with a headless rider crossed the space. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. Chapter 3677.
Kill.
Under Lin Xian's control, the Headless Horseman unleashed a massacre in all directions and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts from the ghost realm. In the end, the Headless Horseman pierced through the monsters with his spear. What the hell? You're just as a... Lin Xian sneered. The ghost eye on the opposite side twitched. It did not expect Lin Xian to be able to summon, and the power of his summoning was so strong.
Buzz.
At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a second eye appeared. It was a green eye. As soon as it appeared, it flashed with a demonic light. It shot out a green light toward the Headless Horseman. The green light instantly enveloped the Headless Horseman, and the Headless Horseman and his warhorse melted quickly. In the end, they turned into a pool of green water and fell to the ground. Haha, do you think I only have one eye? I'm the 100-eyed demon saint. I'm afraid you don't know my name. The cold voice sounded again in the sky. The green eye shot out another light wave toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged in an instant. The void where he was standing was shattered and turned into a pool of green water. What a strong poison! Lin Xian could see that the green eye should be a poisonous eye that could melt everything. A ghost eye that could summon monsters, and a poisonous eye that could melt everything. He had to admit that the 100-eyed demon saint was really strong. Lin Xian made a seal with his palms and shouted. A golden flame jumped out of the heavenly fire and floated forward. It was the soul fire of the eye technique. Although he did not know where the Headless Horseman's real body was, as long as he destroyed the Headless Horseman's eye, the Headless Horseman would definitely come out. The golden flame floated toward the green eye. At the same time, the black ghost eye was also attacked. The two eyes burned in the raging fire and kept moving. It also emitted a terrifying black mist to resist the green light. What a terrifying soul fire. Your eyes are mine. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared. The enemy had appeared. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. It was a tall man with dark red skin and two antennae on his head. Everything seemed normal, but when he looked further down, it was completely different. There were countless eyes on the other party's body, and every single one of them was different from the rest. Just looking at it would make one's scalp tingle. Was he already the 100-eyed demon saint? It was really too scary. Sure enough, with over 100 eyes, if every single one of them possessed a special kind of eye technique, it would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 5th heavenly layer. This cultivation was even stronger than the earth spirit.
1.
At this moment, the 100-eyed demon sage lifted his palm. A blue eye appeared in the center of his palm. As the blue eyes opened and closed, a few blue light blades shot out, instantly cutting apart the soul fire. The blue light was really too sharp. Then a few more rays shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel it, and his hair stood on end. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body swayed, and he kept dodging. This is the heavenly peak eye. It can cut through everything in this world.
Can you block it? 1.
As he spoke, over 100 rays of blue light flew out. Those were blue light blades, and they were really terrifying. Like a rainbow, they directly broke through the void and surrounded Lin Xian.
Kill.
Lin Xian roared, and an unparalleled sword intent surged from his body. He pulled out the Great Destruction Spear and swept it in all directions. All the blue light blades were sent flying. In the next moment, his divine body bloomed, and he looked like a god of war. Have a taste of my power. With a roar, the Great Destruction Spear shot out over 10,000 rays of terrifying sword chi.
Whoosh.
The hundred-eyed demon sage laughed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue.
On his tongue there was an eye.
Then, the eye shone brightly and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the sword chi.
Gulp.
The hundred-eyed demon sage swallowed his saliva and laughed. Your sword chi tastes good. Is it that strong? Lin Xian frowned. The earth fiend demonic rat was scared out of its wits. One had to know that Lin Xian had easily killed the lightning demonic beast and Yu Qianya. But now, all of Lin Xian's attacks were completely ineffective. It was really unbelievable. However, it also knew that this was normal. The white-eyed saint was a fifth heaven saint, and he was very powerful. With so many terrifying eye techniques, no one was his match. Damn it, why is this demon here? The earth fiend demonic rat was extremely frightened. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them all. If not, then you can go to hell. The hundred-eyed demon sage laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out the heavenly peak eye again. Lin Xian fought back, and his sword chi was powerful. However, the light blades formed by the heavenly peak eye were really terrifying. Some of them still hit him and sent him flying. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, but it didn't break. Instead, it only left a few faint white marks. He actually blocked it. The white-eyed saint was extremely surprised. It seems that your physique is actually a special physique.
That's really surprising.
However, this was even more interesting. Hunting geniuses was more interesting. He raised his arm. On his arm, other than the heavenly peak eye in his palm, there were many other eyes. At this moment, a few of them opened. Suddenly, a big purple hand appeared in the eyes and grabbed over. On the other side, the poison eye spewed out a green poisonous mist that could melt everything. At the same time, ghost eyes summoned countless ghosts and charged toward Zhang Xian. In an instant, all kinds of mystique attacks covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian grabbed the earth fiend demonic rat and put it away. Then he roared and charged over. The 5 elemental laws circled around him. They turned into sword chi for a moment, then into a shield for a moment, and then into various demonic beasts to fight back. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, the hundred-eyed demon sage was really too powerful. He actually suppressed Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The 100,000 sky peak sabers formed a blue sky saber and slashed over. With a clang, it collided with the Great Destruction Spear and sent Lin Xian flying. At the same time, a green light surged out from behind, trying to melt Lin Xian's body. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the void escape and used his spatial mystique to dodge the attack. With a low roar, Whitey suddenly appeared near the white-eyed saint. He used the mind fixation pearl, and the entire void froze. The hundred-eyed demon sage also felt his body stiffen. Damn monkey, get out of here. The hundred-eyed demon sage opened and closed his eyes as if he could tear everything apart. With a whoosh, Whitey expanded to the limit and dodged quickly. It was useless. More importantly, the mind fixation pearl? You can fix my body, but can you fix my eyes? Chapter 3678. That was indeed the case. The mind-fixing pearl did not seem to have much effect on someone with such a strong eye technique. Oh, look at me. At this moment, Whitey appeared near the hundred-eyed demon saint again and slapped him on the head with its furry paws. Then, the hundreds of eyes lost their luster in an instant. He felt dizzy. Even though the hundred-eyed demonic saint was extremely terrifying, he was still dazed by the little monkey's claws. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian roared and went all out. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi shot out from the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, Xiao Qin activated his ocular technique, locking spring and autumn. He wanted to kill him with a single strike. Zhang Xian's eye art was the first to arrive. Once again, Zhang Xian's eyes were bewildered. He pulled Zhang Xian into an illusory world. At the same time, the Great Spear of Destruction also arrived, bringing with it an indomitable aura. He wanted to penetrate the other party. His right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a door flew out from his eye. A huge purple ghost-faced door, like a huge mountain, blocked in front of him.
Boom.
The Great Spear of Destruction clashed with the purple ghost-faced door, producing a deafening sound. The hundred-eyed demonic saint was sent flying. Lin Xian attacked again, unleashing hundreds of thousands of terrifying sword qi, all of which exploded in front of him, drowning his opponent.
Boom. Boom.
The heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked as if the world was about to be destroyed.
Ah.
However, an angry roar came from the front. "Despicable brat, you dare to trick me?" Then, a huge door was lifted up, and the sword qi was sent flying. Following this, the hundred-eyed beast sacred walked out once again. At that moment, his ice-cold face was slightly distorted. His right eye was already closed. In fact, there was even a stream of blood flowing down from the wound. Evidently, the dragon-shaped sword aura from earlier was not completely ineffective. It would appear that it had managed to injure his right eye. "You have angered me, thoroughly angered me. I'll torture you to death." The hundred-eyed beast saint roared. Lin Xian's face was as cold as ice. Damn it, the other party only had one eye injured. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how did the other party escape from his spring and autumn lock?
Who was it? Get your ass out here.
At this moment, the hundred-eyed demon saint roared and waved his right hand. The eye of heavenly wind slashed out endless blue blades, shattering the void in the distance.
Pooh.
A figure flashed. "I'm just passing by to watch the battle. I don't have any ill intentions," the figure said coldly. The hundred-eyed beast saint snorted coldly and looked into the distance. Was there someone else here? Lin Xian was astonished. In the next moment, his expression turned strange. Imperial Mausoleum. That's right, the one who was chased out was Di Ling. Who would have thought that Di Ling would actually come and watch the battle in the dark? At this moment, Di Ling couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Previously, he had been searching all the way and finally found traces of Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was fighting with someone else. Moreover, his opponent was so powerful that it made his hair stand on end. The other party's cultivation was actually higher than his. He was a level 5 sage. Furthermore, the other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Even if he were to face him, he did not have the confidence to win. Of course, how could he leave a battle like this? Therefore, he hid in the void and watched. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, he could not stay here any longer. He turned around and wanted to leave. The hundred-eyed beast saint said, "Did I say you could leave? Your Excellency, you're being too aggressive." Di Ling turned his head with a cold expression. "So, what if I'm being aggressive? I don't take a mere human seriously." The hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. "Damn it." Di Ling's expression turned ugly. Although he was famous in the second astral realm, that was only in the eyes of ordinary families. For these experts of the sacred city, his reputation did not matter at all, especially when he was facing such a terrifying beast. Therefore, he did not attack. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said, "I think you've misunderstood. I'm not going to attack you. Actually, that brat and I are enemies. I came here to kill him, but since he offended you, I'll kill him. Since he has offended you, then I don't need to do anything. He's dead meat." Di Ling's meaning was very simple. He and the hundred-eyed beast saint had the same enemy, so he thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. "Di Ling, it seems that you're shameless enough. How can someone like you be number one? How ridiculous." Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant? Di Ling did not hold back either. Who said that I'm about to die? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party was very strong and had a terrifying eye technique, he also had many trump cards. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Sage Tower, and the Starry Sky Fire had not been used yet. He looked at Di Ling with a cold smile. You look strong and fierce, but you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you meet someone weaker than you, you're arrogant and act high and mighty. But when you meet someone stronger than you immediately become a coward. You were like this when you faced the peerless city in the heaven-reaching tower, and now you're facing the demon city. What kind of genius are you? Lin Xian's eyes were full of disdain. A real genius should be strong when facing strong opponents and not facing any difficulties. How can Di Ling be like this? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Reckless. Di Ling naturally knew this. But so what? Staying alive was the most important thing. In his opinion, Lin Xian's character. You're courting death. Okay? Stop acting in front of me. Neither of you will be able to escape, the hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. I don't know which saint city you're from, but since you've met me, you'll go to hell obediently.
Buzz.
He shot out his ghost eye to deal with Di Ling, and then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. Do you really think you can send me to hell? He roared and fully activated his divine body. Not only that, he also activated the black Qilin tattoo, and then his eyes shone brightly. He charged towards the hundred-eyed beast saint. You want to fight me in close combat? You won't have a chance. The hundred-eyed beast saint used various eye techniques. The green eyes could melt everything, the purple hands could cover the sky, and the heavenly wind eye could sweep everything. However, when these attacks landed on Lin Xian's body, they caused his divine body to sway uncontrollably. But that was it. Lin Xian's body was extremely strong. He resisted all the attacks and charged towards the hundred-eyed beast saint. He clenched his right fist and punched the sky. The great spear of destruction in his left hand kept dancing.
Buzz.
The hundred-eyed beast saint kept retreating. He didn't expect the opponent's attacks to be so strong that he could ignore so many of his eye techniques. It was really incredible. In an instant, he flew back. It seems that you're not as powerful as I thought. Facing my attacks, you still have to dodge, right? After repelling the opponent, Lin Xian sneered. Chapter 30, 679. Damn it, why is this kid's body so uncanny? On the other side, the hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression was also extremely cold. To be honest, he did not expect his opponent's body to be so strong. After taking so many of his eye technique attacks, the kid still managed to reach him. Don't be so cocky.
Die.
He unleashed another terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian kept shuttling back and forth. At the same time, he drew a circle with his hands and used stellar transposition. This time, he used the mysterious power. Stellar transposition could divert all power. Therefore, the eye technique attacks in front of him were completely messed up. Lin Xian ordered them to kill each other. The eye of the heavenly peak landed on the eye of the poison. The purple phantom eye landed on the eye of the heavenly wind. For a moment, the eye technique attacks in the air kept rioting. Lin Xian even controlled a few light blades to attack the hundred-eyed beast overlord in the opposite direction. The hundred-eyed beast overlord was startled and quickly dodged. What a strange power. This kid is too uncanny. It seemed that he had to use more terrifying trump cards. The hundred eyes on his body flickered with demonic light. It was obvious that he was going to use a great skill. However, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, a silver light flashed far away, revealing an unparalleled vision of heaven and earth.
Oh no, that thing.
The hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression changed instantly. He roared, "Kid, I'll spare your life for now. I'll kill you myself in the future." Then, his figure flickered, and he quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and did not attack again. He also looked into the distance. There was a silver immortal light there. He did not know what had happened, but if it could attract someone like the hundred-eyed beast overlord, it must be something incredible. He finally left. On the other side, Ling also let out a sigh of relief. A single ghost eye was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, his opponent had left. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile on his face. Now it's time to settle our grudge. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. First, you avoided Yu Qianya's pursuit, and now you're escaping from such a terrifying beast. However, you still met me. I will kill you with my own hands. Your luck has come to an end. Ling walked over, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Good luck, you idiot. Do you still think I'm lucky? Well, it was time to put an end to it. Golden light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine blade, he charged forward. Damn it. To think that the other party's eye technique would be so powerful. In the next moment, Ling let out a roar, and countless runes appeared on his body. A jade pendant floated up and down around his neck, forming a powerful defense. You think, I don't have a weapon, so how can I defend against soul attacks? He snorted coldly. Previously, I was afraid of the hundred-eyed demon saint because he was powerful. This does not mean that I am afraid of you. At this point, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, with a loud boom, 10,000 streaks of thunder rang out. The entire sky drop was boiling. Now go to hell. It was clear that the Imperial Mausoleum had produced an extremely powerful divine ability.
Buzz.
A green light flew out from his back. It was like thousands of heavenly swords, carrying a mysterious aura. Lin Xian roared angrily and charged forward. His fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Great Destruction spear shot out terrifying sword chi one after another. The two fought in the sky. It was an unparalleled battle. Everything around them was torn to pieces. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The light on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger.
Buzz.
He directly activated his divine body and black Qilin tattoo. It was obvious that he did not intend to hold back against Ling. Ling originally thought that he could finish off his opponent quickly, but he did not expect that after a few moves, his arm would be numb. His entire body trembled. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He would not allow such a person to exist. He roared, and the power in his body kept exploding, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, Ling's aura rose infinitely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The laws on his body flickered nonstop, forming a large square seal that smashed over fiercely. Wherever the seal passed, black holes would appear in the void. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian used the Great Destruction Spear to fight against it. The two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked.
Buzz.
Suddenly, the seal trembled violently, and from an inconceivable angle, it flew towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Ling was sent flying with a single strike. Half of Ling's body was completely shattered. His black hair was flamboyant, and he roared crazily. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. Damn it, he was injured. He was actually injured by his own weapon. What was going on? His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Naturally, he used the stellar transposition to attack by surprise. After the successful attack, he charged forward. The 5 elemental laws surrounded his body, forming terrifying 5 elemental mountains that fell from the sky. On the other side, the dragon-shaped sword, Qi, kept roaring. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were crazily blasted forward. Ling kept retreating. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a green moon wheel. It flickered above his head and blocked the divine powers. The green moon wheel. It was a sacred artifact. It cast down thousands of rays of light to protect Ling. Ling's palm also kept opening and closing. Nirvana Divine Palm. His palm was unparalleled. This palm carried the light of Nirvana. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death. This strange scene caused all the surrounding demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Brat, go to hell. This palm is an extremely terrifying, forbidden, divine ability. He had learned it from the corpse of an ancient saint. Its power was endless. It carried the aura of death. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon he sneered. Competing with him in this kind of power? Dealing was still far from it. One had to know that he had absorbed the power of the death mist, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. His body swayed, and Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and he immediately slapped out. It was a pitch-black palm, like thick ink, spreading in the sky. It collided with the Nirvana divine palm. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to resist me? Go to hell now. Di Ling sneered. Even a fifth heaven saint would have to retreat when facing such a divine ability, let alone his opponent. However, he soon frowned, and even his face became extremely ugly. This was because he realized that his Nirvana divine palm did not hurt his opponent at all. Instead, he felt the terror of death engulfing him. The power of death. How is this possible? Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How did his opponent have such a power of death? This was too unbelievable. Chapter 3680. One had to know that he could use the Nirvana divine palm because of the ancient coffin in his body. That was why he could block the terrifying power of Nirvana. But what about his opponent? Could it be that he also had a corpse in his body? Otherwise, how could his opponent withstand the power of death? He was really going crazy. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was still at a disadvantage, which was unacceptable to him. Lin Xian sneered. He was going all out now. He used all of his great abilities. How could his opponent withstand it? Kill him. On the other side, Di Ling used the Nirvana divine palm a few more times. At the same time, he activated the green moon wheel above his head. It was a sacred artifact. Under Di Ling's activation, it bloomed with an incomparable green light that lit up the sky. With a buzz, it turned into a stream of light that cut through the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The sky was split into two halves.
Clang.
Lin Xuanwu used the Great Destruction Spear. It was like a heavenly hammer as it smashed towards the clear moon treasure wheel. A loud clanging sound could be heard. The two sacred artifacts clashed in the air.
Buzz.
At this moment, Di Ling waved his hand again, and a flying sword rushed out. The flying sword was only the size of a palm, but it shone with an incomparable light. The monstrous killing intent was terrifying. The flying sword streaked across the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. Di Ling sneered. Two great sage artifacts. Lin Xian definitely couldn't block them. Indeed, it was too fast. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant and stabbed toward his heart. Even if this attack couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He roared, and the black qilin tattoo covered his body. At the same time, he waved his fist to block the flying sword. He was courting death. Di Ling sneered when he saw this. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering collision in front of him. Lin Xian was blasted away and crashed into countless mountains.
He fell to the ground.
Let's see how you're going to die. Di Ling clasped his hands behind his back and sneered as he walked forward. With a few steps, he arrived high in the sky and looked down. In his imagination, Lin Xian's heart was pierced through by the flying sword and nailed to the ground. He must be seriously injured. But soon, he was able to see through the fog and clearly see the scene below. How could this be? Di Ling screamed and almost fell from the sky. He saw that on the ground below, a figure stood up. The figure's body was still glowing, and the black qilin tattoo was lifelike. In his left hand, there was a flying sword that looked like a dragon's head. It was biting down hard. He wasn't injured, but he was caught by the other party. Di Ling was going crazy. That was a saint tool. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on, so what did Su Ke have to contend with it? Would the other party dare to take a saint artifact with his bare hands? What kind of physique was this? Damn it! D. Mausoleum formed a hand seal, wanting to activate the flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling like a fish, trying to break free. The sword light on its body illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It flew out from his fingertips, shining so brightly that one couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian's arm also began to tremble. However, in the next moment, he threw it forward. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. The flying sword drew an arc in the air and slashed at Di Ling's neck. Di Ling was shocked. He couldn't control himself. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, and more than half of his head was taken away. All the hair on his body stood on end. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been cut off. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He had been completely suppressed after several attacks. He was even no match for his opponent after taking out 2 saint weapons. That was unacceptable to the proud him. I don't believe it. With a roar, a green light appeared in Di Ling's eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power bloomed. It spread out from his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green coffin. As soon as the coffin appeared, it became as big as a bronze coffin. It floated in the air, and the aura it emitted was incomparably cold. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Lin Xian's face changed as well. The coffin of the green snake gave him a great sense of threat. Therefore, he didn't allow it to appear. With a roar, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. Countless dragon roars and sword chi rushed out, turning into a true dragon that charged forward. They tore apart the sky, wanting to completely destroy Di Ling. Di Ling kept dodging. At the same time, he shouted and slammed his palm on the bronze coffin. Immediately, the cyan coffin began to rumble. The bronze coffin opened, and a corpse stood up from inside. The moment the corpse appeared, the sky and earth began to crumble. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was a terrifying corpse. It was definitely a terrifying saint. Not good, I have to attack. He shot out millions of sword chi and slashed forward.
Buzz.
The ancient corpse waved its hand, and the millions of sword chi were all grasped in its hand. It then formed a light ball.
It was too terrifying.
This ancient corpse was very dangerous. It should be Di Ling's greatest trump card. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't act rashly. Di Ling looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid. No matter how strong you are, can you beat my trump card? His face was ferocious. He had to torture Lin Xian to death to vent his anger. Lin Xian said coldly, "No matter how strong you are, it's the corpse that's strong, not your strength. What's there to be arrogant about? But this corpse is mine. It listens to my command. Of course, this is part of my strength. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Trump cards are also a kind of strength. I have them, and you don't.
So you're dead. Go and kill him."
Di Ling said coldly. The corpse's eyes shone with a cold light. It pushed its hand forward, and millions of sword chi formed a light ball and blasted it out. Instantly, it flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His body swayed, and he instantly dodged. The millions of sword chi exploded together, piercing through half the sky. Lin Xian activated the Qilin Phantom and used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed a bloody path through the millions of sword chi. His face was incomparably cold. Di Ling sneered.
"Did you see that?
You can't block a casual attack. Next, you'll definitely die." The ancient saint corpse attacked again. It waved its withered claws gently, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian.
Buzz.
Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and hit the corpse. There was a clanging sound, but it didn't penetrate the corpse at all. The palm paused for a moment, and then it fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure and kept retreating, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was a corpse. The Taiji art couldn't take away the other party's life. Eye techniques were useless against a dead person. Moreover, Ling was on full defense now. It would be difficult to hurt the other party with eye techniques. Chapter 30, 681. Stellar Transposition. Lin Xian shouted, and this force was used on the ancient corpse's hand. The ancient corpse's palm deviated from its direction, and with a bang, it fell beside him. The airwave brought about by the impact sent him flying. Lin Xian's qi and blood were boiling, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. So terrifying, just the aftermath of the energy was enough to injure him. If this palm hit him, even with his physique, he would be injured. Haha, kid, now you know how powerful I am. You want to contend against me with the likes of you? Seeing this scene, Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, as if victory was in his hands. You won the first place in the first 2 rounds because there was a limit. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? I can easily trample you under my feet, Ling said again. At the same time, the ancient corpse threw a few more palms, and Lin Xian kept dodging. If he didn't have many divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to resist. In the end, Lin Xian was also angry. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You're still far from being able to compete with trump cards. Kid, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? If you really have a trump card, then show it and let me see. Let me tell you, this corpse's origin is mysterious, and it's not something you can imagine. Even if you take out a sacred weapon, you can't suppress him. Indeed, Ling had infinite confidence. When he was in the heaven-reaching tower, he could compete with a minor saint with the ancient corpse. He didn't believe that the other party could compete with such an existence. You'll see. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he formed a seal with his palm.
Come out.
He mobilized the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, it flew out from his body, turned into a dragon-shaped sword light, and slashed out. This sword strike was earth-shattering, and everything in the world lost its brilliance. What is this? Ling was completely frozen in place, as if he was struck by lightning. This power was too terrifying, and he couldn't react at all. The ancient corpse also roared anxiously and stood up from the coffin. It wanted to fight back. However, the sword light was too fast, and it slashed on its body. With a bang, it was directly sent flying with the coffin.
Ah!
The ancient corpse roared towards the sky, its voice incomparably miserable. Not good. Ling came back to his senses and looked behind him. In the next moment, his face turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground. Injured? How could this be? The ancient saint's corpse was actually injured. A crack had appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. Ling couldn't believe it. He felt as if he was dreaming. He knew very well just how terrifying the corpse of an ancient sage was. Even if it were to fight with a minor god, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What did this mean? This meant that there was a minor saint living in his body. That was why he dared to peek at Hundred Eyes Sage's battle. After all, he had the ancient sage corpse with him, so there was no need for him to fear the other party. But now his greatest support was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by a sword shadow. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of sword was that? He stared at the light and realized that it was an ancient green sword. It was like a real dragon had transformed into a sword light. What the hell was that? He was dumbfounded. Just as he was in a daze, the green dragon's sword attacked again. Another sword strike directly cut off one of the ancient corpse's arms. The ancient saint's corpse roared towards the sky. Ling was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to be careless anymore.
Come back.
With a wave of his hand, the ancient saint's corpse entered the bronze coffin. With a bang, the coffin closed. Then, he and the bronze coffin merged into one and quickly fled into the distance. Ling, the insufferably arrogant Ling, had directly fled. Moreover, he had fled in fear. If anyone else saw the scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Ling was the hope of winning the championship, but he still lost to Lin Xian in a battle without any restrictions. He ran quite fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul and didn't chase after him. That was because Ling's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after him, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. If he chased him for 8 to 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to get first place in the third round first. He didn't forget that the reward for first place was a leaf of enlightenment tea. This leaf had an incomparable effect on his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He needed to recover first. The previous battle had injured him. After all, both the Ancient Saint's corpse and the white-eyed Ancient Saint were a great threat to him. As for Ling, if he didn't have the Ancient Saint's corpse, it would be very easy for him to kill him. His body swayed, and he directly went tens of thousands of meters underground. He formed a formation and began to recover. He had a lot of natural resources, thus he was able to recover from his injuries in just half a day. However, he didn't come out, but frowned and started to recall the battle. There was nothing to say about the battle with the Ancient Saint's corpse. That was the corpse of an Ancient Saint. Even if it was dead, it was still very powerful. However, the battle with the 100-eyed Ancient Saint had benefited him greatly. That was because he rarely fought with people with eye techniques. Even if he did, their eye techniques were not as good as his. But today, he had persevered until he obtained a powerful eye technique. The 100-eyed Beast Saint had too many eyes and his eye technique was unpredictable. Although the power of each eye technique was not as strong as the heavenly secret divine eyes, it was still very strong. Although its individual eye technique wasn't as strong as the heavenly secret divine eye, there were so many of them, and their combined power was even stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Especially the eye of the heavenly wind, the blue light blade, was too powerful. In addition, the Ancient Saint's right eye was able to create a giant purple ghost-faced door. Its defense was so strong that it shocked him. His dragon-shaped sword intent was not able to completely break it, but only wounded it. Furthermore, the Ancient Saint's other eyes had not been used yet. What kind of remarkable ability did they have? I wonder if my heavenly secret god eyes are able to perform such a divine ability? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He also had a strong defense, and he also had a remarkable ability to summon the heroic spirit. In fact, he also had powerful attacks, but they were all scattered. If he could fuse them into his eyes, he would be able to unleash them. It would be even more surprising when he killed the enemy. My heavenly secret divine eyes should be very powerful and have unparalleled potential. Besides, I also have the dragon sword spirit. If I combine them, will I be able to evolve the Ancient Saint's ability? Lin Xian had an idea. His heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious, and the dragon sword spirit could evolve anything. He was looking forward to the combination of the two. Following this, he began to try. When the power of the dragon sword spirit merged with his eyes, Lin Xian could feel a mysterious aura intertwining. It was working. He was overjoyed, as he knew that his idea was very likely to be correct. Of course, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, he had never heard of anyone doing this before. Lin Xian was crossing the river by feeling his way. Chapter 3682. After trying it out, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret godly eyes and the dragon sword spirit to produce some golden light blades. This was an imitation of the eye of the heavenly peak. These light blades were also unparalleled and carried an indomitable aura. Then, he combined it with the spirit summoning curse and used his eye technique to summon some powerful heroic spirits. He even combined the Qilin tattoo, the eye technique, and the dragon sword spirit to form a black Qilin shield. It was indeed effective. Lin Xian tried it a few times and found that the initial effect was very satisfactory. I created this eye technique myself, and it doesn't completely belong to the heavenly secret prodigy. I have to give it a new name. Lin Xian thought for a while, and his lips curled into a smile. Evolving all things. I'll call it the Eyes of All Changes.
Great.
With the Eyes of All Changes, Lin Xian would be able to handle the 100-eyed demon sage more easily in the future. In fact, he was eager to fight the 100-eyed demon saint again. He wanted to dig out more eye techniques. With a shift of his figure, he rushed out and looked around. The next moment, he was surprised to see that the silver light was still there. As expected, he saw that although the silver light had dimmed in the distance, it had not completely dissipated. It was the silver light that had lured the 100-eyed demon sage away. He wondered what it was. He might as well go and take a look. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the silver light. Above a mountain peak, multicolored light shot out in endless streaks. The Great Tao was useless, a few giant creatures occupying this place. One of them was a majestic golden lion with a towering demonic aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. On the other side was a giant purple elephant with 3 heads and tusks. It had a pair of ferocious wings. On top of a mountain next to it was another giant creature.
It was a giant python.
It was so huge that its body covered the mountain. Its giant head was bigger than a valley. Its aura was no weaker than the other 2. The 3 powerful beasts were circling in the silver light. And standing opposite the 3 great demons was a girl, a purple-haired girl. This purple-haired girl was very beautiful. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful and had an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful girl was fearless in the face of 3 monstrous demons. She even had a faint smile on her face. She played with her hair with one hand and said indifferently, "Are the 3 of you really going to attack me? You have to think about the consequences. Junior, don't go too far. We've been guarding this silver for Xianwood for thousands of years. Now that it's matured, do you think you can just pluck it away?" The golden lion said coldly, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. "Leave your things behind and leave quickly. We won't hurt you." On the other side, the 3 giant elephants had the same cold voice. The giant python coiled around the mountain peak let out a ferocious roar. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll eat you. If you dare to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Do you still need to threaten me?" The purple-haired girl's lips curled up in disdain. "I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. I advise you to leave obediently. You can even form a good karma. Who knows, you might need my help in the future." As she spoke, she looked around and looked to the side. "You big centipede, hurry up and leave." "What? Do you want to take advantage of me?" "Humph." Not far away, a figure snorted coldly. It was the 100-eyed demon saint. His true form was indeed a centipede. The 100-eyed demon saint was usually an arrogant person, but in front of the purple-haired girl, he did not dare to act rashly. "You can take it, but you can't take it completely. Everyone has a share. You have to give me a share." The 100-eyed demon saint said coldly. "Give you a share? You? Stinky centipede. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The purple-haired girl was not afraid of the powerful 100-eyed demon saint. "In that case, don't blame me for taking action." The 100 eyes on the 100-eyed demon saint's body emitted a demonic light. It was obvious that he could not take it anymore. "It's not like we haven't fought before. Are you a match for me?" The purple-haired girl shook her head slightly. "It won't do you any good if we continue fighting." As she spoke, she suddenly frowned and revealed a look of surprise. Someone else was coming. Not only her, but the 100-eyed demon saint also turned his head to look. The 3 demons were also stunned. Was there anyone else who didn't know what was good for them and dared to come? "It's him, that kid." The 100-eyed demon saint suddenly raised his disdain. What an idiot. Naturally, he saw that the person was Lin Xian through his eye technique. One of the heads of the 3 giant elephants raised its head to the sky and roared. Its trunk made a circle, and the sky and earth began to spin. In the distance, Lin Xian came nearby and felt a few powerful auras. He carefully prepared to hide his body. However, at that moment, he realized that the wind and clouds around him had changed, and the world had turned upside down. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Before he could do anything, he was directly swept over. In the next moment, he arrived nearby and was wrapped in a silver light. As soon as he appeared, his body swayed, but he quickly stabilized himself. "Demon saints." And there were 3 of them. What a powerful demon aura. Lin Xian held his breath. Then he realized that there was a human girl. The 100-eyed demon saint was also here. Reckless kid, is this a place where you can come? The 100-eyed demon saint had a look of disdain. The giant python in front of him snorted coldly.
Since he was an ant, he should die.
He realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 3rd firmament. Even the girl in purple frowned slightly. Would someone with such a cultivation dare to come here?
Hum.
The giant python opened its mouth and swept over like a vortex, completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian felt a powerful force trying to drag him into the giant python. He snorted coldly, and his body shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The force was immediately dispersed by him. I saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth, so I came to take a look. If I'm disturbed, I'll leave. Why do you want to eat me? Lin Xian said coldly. This scene stunned the 3 demons. The girl in purple also covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. You're only at the 3rd firmament, but your strength is so strong. You're very surprising. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. The fairy was even more impressive. She was able to fight against 3 greater demons by herself without any fear. And from the looks of it, you must have obtained a treasure. The aura on your body is too strong. Kid, you have sharp eyes. Why, do you want to steal my treasure too? The girl in purple suddenly smiled. Her smile made the world lose its color. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What a beautiful girl. Soon he came back to his senses. Forget it, since the treasure has an owner. Why would I interfere?
Goodbye.
He turned and left. Come and go, as you please. Where do you think this is? The golden lion said coldly. The golden light on his body was like the sun, with an unparalleled aura. Chapter 30, 683. What do you want then? Lin Xian turned his head and faced the few great demons. He was still fearless. Lin Xian's attitude completely angered the 3 great beasts. The purple-haired girl was not afraid of them because of her extraordinary status. Even they had to be wary of her. But this human boy, what right did he have? How dare a mere 3rd heaven sage be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. The 3 great demons were enraged. They wanted to attack, their holy might overflowing into the sky. The 100-eyed beast sage said, "Why do you need to deal with such a piece of trash? I'll do it." He knew the 3 great beasts. After all, he was a native of the East Spirit Realm and went to the 1,000 Beast City later. The 3 great beasts nodded. The 100-eyes demonic saint was their junior. It would be best if the 100-eyes demonic saint took action. The 3 of them should think about how to deal with the purple-haired girl. Kid, I spared your life last time. How dare you come here again? In that case, go to hell. I told you, your eye is mine. The 100-eyed beast sage walked over and stared at Lin Xian. You spared my life? How dare you say that? You didn't get the upper hand last time. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. The 100-eyed beast sage gritted his teeth at the mention of this. Indeed, he had used several eye techniques but failed to do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, he injured his right eye. If this were to spread, he would be humiliated. Damn kid. Go to hell. The eye of heavenly wind twitched and turned into a blue light. The ghost eye spread and summoned ghosts. The other eye techniques were also used. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped Lin Xian. The 3 great beasts nodded slightly. Not bad. The 100-eyed beast sage has grown to this level. More importantly, he was less than 2,000 years old. He had a bright future. Is this kid okay? The purple-haired girl was confused. Can this human boy block so many eye techniques?
Buzz.
Faced with such a terrifying eye technique attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. On the contrary, his lips curled into a sneer. Forming a series of hand seals, a golden light flickered in his eyes. Divine eyes, myriad transformation eyes. The light continued to revolve as the power of the great dragon's sword spirit poured into his eyes. A golden light blade flew out and collided with Tian Fengyan's light blade. The two collided in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's left eye spun and opened. A golden vortex appeared, and a horse carrying a headless rider rushed out. This time, the headless eccentric warrior's body shone with golden light, and two pairs of wings grew out of its back. It carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This was an enhanced version of the Headless Horseman. Its power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as he appeared, his spear trembled violently, sending the surrounding specters flying. His powerful strength caused everyone's expressions to change. He actually blocked it. That was too inconceivable. The three great demons were astonished. They knew how powerful the 100-eyed demon overlord's eye technique was. But now, this human youth in the third firmament was able to block it. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two of them. How did he do it? The purple-haired girl's face was also filled with shock. Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't be polite.
Ha!
She shouted and wanted to leave.
If you want to leave, stay.
The three great demons were furious and frantically tried to stop her. I'm not afraid of you. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and shot out a 7-colored light to resist. The two of them fought fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, Lin Xian blocked the 100-eyed demon overlord's attack. The 100-eyed demon overlord was extremely shocked. How could it be? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could his eye technique have improved to such a level? Furthermore, why did the man's move look so similar to his eye technique? He could use many eye techniques because he had many eyes. His opponent only had 1 pair of eyes. How could he use so many eye techniques? That was great. It was more powerful than before. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with this. He said, "What else do you have? Show me. If not, I'm going to fight back." Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. The 100-eyed demon overlord was completely enraged. A third firmament and dared to provoke him. It was intolerable. With a roar, a raging fire appeared in his left eye and floated out. Go to hell. As soon as the fire appeared, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The void in the sky was also ignited. I don't believe that I can't burn you to death. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the 3 essences' true fire, which was extremely powerful. Facing this kind of fire, even a 5th firmament saint would not dare to casually try it, let alone a 3rd firmament saint. Although his opponent's eye technique was strange, his defense was far weaker than his. There was no way he could block the 3 essences' true fire. Fire? Lin Xian laughed. Although he could feel the power of the fire, he was not afraid. Instead, he went up to meet it. His body was bathed in the fire.
Come.
What the 9-yang divine body needed the most was all kinds of strange flames. These flames could temper his body and make his physique 1 step closer. Is this kid crazy? The 100-eyed demon overlord thought that his opponent was an idiot who came to die. However, after watching for a while, he realized that his opponent was using his 3 essences' true fire to cultivate. Damn it! What does he think I am? A sparring machine? Burn. The eye technique in his left eye rotated, and the 3 essences' true fire increased. It covered the sky and earth, forming a furnace that wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's divine body glowed as he absorbed and used this power. Is he angry? He could feel his god body shivering. Some parts of his body even had cracks with blood oozing out. However, he did not care. It was good. He could use this opportunity to break through his divine body. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed with all his might. At the same time, various eye techniques appeared in his eyes. He used the myriad transformation eyes to resist the 100-eyed demon overlord. The 100-eyed demon overlord was so angry that he shouted, "Damn kid! You've completely angered me." The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. The sound of thunder could be heard. Lin Xian frowned. He did not continue to refine his body. Instead, he retreated from the three essences' true fire as if he was facing a great enemy.
That eye was so terrifying.
Just a twitch of it made his hair stand on end. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll kill you. The 100-eyed demon overlord's expression was ferocious. Although he still had many eye techniques, he did not plan to use them. He wanted to use the most powerful one to kill his opponent. The eye between his eyebrows was very powerful. Once it appeared, a fifth heaven saint would not be his opponent. It could even threaten a small saint. He did not believe that his opponent could block it this time. Chapter 3684. No, I can't let him open his eyes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He flipped his hand, and the killer Saint Peak appeared in his hand.
Go.
Lin Xian ordered. The killer Saint Peak turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward.
Ah!
A miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Although the 100-eyed demon sage's eye was terrifying, it would take some time for it to open. At this moment, before he could open his eyes, his left eye had been attacked. A streak of golden light pierced his eye. Fortunately, he had closed his eye at the critical moment, but it still pierced his eye a little. He felt a piercing pain. What is that? He kept attacking with the eye of heavenly wind and sent the golden light flying. He saw that it was a bee. Damn it! The 100-eyed demon sage was furious. He had been ambushed. He felt a burning pain in his left eye and could not open it at all. Blood even flowed out. I'm injured. I'm injured again. His right eye had been injured by the sword Qi, and now his left eye was injured as well. Both eyes were closed and bleeding. If he did not have hundreds of eyes, he would have been blinded by his opponent. Damn you, kid. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The 100-eyed demon sage roared and charged into the sky. Lin Xian snorted. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as an eye injury. He recalled the killer Saint Peak. Then, Lin Xian turned and looked into the distance. The battle in the distance was very intense. The three great monsters attacked, trying to stop the woman in purple. The purple-haired woman's strength was surprisingly strong. Even under the joint attack of the three great demons, she was still able to handle them with ease. Although she did not attack aggressively, Lin Xian was greatly surprised by her body technique. What a strange body technique. She managed to dodge so many attacks. Who is this woman? He was really curious. At this moment, the giant python finally could not take it anymore. It roared and bit at the woman in purple as if it could swallow the sky. The golden lion and the three giant elephants made their moves too, unleashing their peerless martial arts. I won't play with you anymore. The woman in purple shouted. A pair of almost transparent wings appeared on her back. With a gentle flap, she tore through the void. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Xian.
Go.
She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand, and the wings on her back flapped again. Then, she disappeared. When Lin Xian came to his senses, he realized that she was completely out of the mountain range. The surrounding water gurgled, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The figures of the three great demons had long disappeared. There was only the beautiful woman in purple was the woman. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you stunned? How are you going to repay your savior? The woman in purple smiled. Lin Xian came back to his senses. This woman was too fast. Is that spatial divine space? It didn't seem like it, but its speed wasn't any slower than a spatial god art. How? Lin Xian asked. Brat, are you trying to trick me? My name is Li Hongxiu. Is she from the Li family? Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of such a powerful Li family. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman was not human. However, it was their first time meeting, so it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. Which family are you from? I see that you are quite strong. You dare to fight against the 100-eyed demon overlord at the third heaven. My name is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? What a name! Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. You are too arrogant. How dare you call yourself invincible? That's not your real name. Lin Xian smiled. Li Hongxiu, that's not your real name either. You are quite smart. That's right, Li Hongxiu is the name I came up with. Lin Wudi, I came up with it myself. You are getting more and more to my liking. Li Hongxiu smiled. In the following conversation, Lin Xian briefly explained his mission and situation. At the same time, he also found out that Li Hongxiu was not a disciple of the Holy City. She was not here to participate in the trial. She was bored and wanted to have some fun here. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Looking for fun in such a dangerous place? I have to say, she is really bold. You can continue looking for fun. I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the East Spirit Stone. Lin Xian calculated the time. He had to leave quickly. East Spirit Stone? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you? Then, the two of them went on their way. On the other side, Diling's face was extremely gloomy. He had escaped from Lin Xian and arrived at a safe place. First, he healed his injuries. Then, when he spat out the bronze coffin again and saw the ancient corpse inside, his handsome face became extremely distorted. The sword marks on the ancient corpse had not disappeared. Damn it! He could only use all his strength to heal it. He had no choice. This was his biggest reliance. He could not let anything happen to it. Diling's physique was very special. From his name, it could be seen that it was like a cemetery that could nourish corpses. Therefore, he put the ancient corpse into the bronze coffin again and swallowed the bronze coffin into his stomach. He began to use his body's bloodline to heal the ancient corpse. Finally, he paid a huge price and swallowed countless treasures to heal the ancient corpse. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. Diling opened his eyes. There was a look of vengeance in his eyes. He wanted to immediately go back and kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that it was useless. He could not act rashly. Lin Xian had a very strong trump card. He had to think of a way to secretly kill Lin Xian. He was disdainful before, but now he was no match for Lin Xian. Subconsciously, he did not dare to confront Lin Xian directly. This showed that he was completely afraid of Lin Xian. However, the murderous intent in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. If I can't kill you directly, then I'll use other methods. I don't believe that you can withstand it. He closed his eyes again and began to prepare to refine something. It was a kind of poison that he had refined from the ancient corpse. It was called ancient corpse poison. This kind of poison was very terrifying. Moreover, the ancient corpse in his hand was obviously very strong. Therefore, the poison in its body was also very strong. Finally, after spending a lot of effort, he was able to refine it. He carefully put it in a black gourd, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Diling shuttled through the mountain forest. He formed a seal with one hand and began to search for Lin Xian. He did not know where Lin Xian was, but last time he fought with Lin Xian, he left some of the ancient corpse's aura on Lin Xian's body. Although it was very weak, he could find the connection if he used all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, he sneered. He found it. He could not help but speed up. Chapter 3685. 3 days later, he finally landed on a mountain peak. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Diling looked into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away was Lin Xian. He did not get too close. There was someone else beside him. It was not Shunjingqiu. Diling was a little surprised. He noticed that there was a girl beside Lin Xian. She was a purple-haired girl who was extremely beautiful. She was someone he had never seen before. No matter who you are, since you're with that kid, you should go to hell with him. The murderous intent in Diling's eyes appeared again. He took out the black gourd and clenched his fist. With a flicker of his body, he executed a secret technique and began to move stealthily. In front of him, under an ancient tree, Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu sat there to rest. They had already obtained the 6th piece, and were 3 more pieces away from completing the mission. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Li Hongxiu said, "So you're from Wushuang City?" Wushuang City was not a bad place. The two of them chatted. Suddenly, they frowned at the same time and turned to look into the distance. Someone was there. "Humph," Li Hongxiu sneered. "Someone dares to follow me?" Lin Xian also frowned, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes.
Di-Ling.
That guy still dared to come? He stood up and said, "He's coming for me." Was he exposed? Di-Ling frowned. He did not have much hope. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was very powerful.
Buzz.
He stopped and threw out the black gourd. "Kid, go to hell." The black gourd streaked across the sky like black lightning and attacked Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu. Lin Xian frowned. What is Di-Ling doing? Why is he attacking from so far away? He felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Li Hongxiu snorted and threw out a palm strike. The 7-colored law slashed down like a sharp knife. It hit the black gourd. With a clang, the black gourd was split in half. I thought it was an expression. I didn't expect it to be a broken gourd. Li Hongxiu curled her lips in disdain. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Not good. Retreat quickly. The two of them quickly retreated, but it was too late. A green mist appeared from the black gourd and flew towards them. In an instant, it enveloped them. Damn it! This is poison. Hurry up and defend yourself. Lin Xian roared. It didn't take long for the poisonous mist to seep into his body, weakening his strength. His internal organs were on the verge of being infected. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison was this? It was too terrifying. His god body couldn't withstand it. He instantly stopped. Then, he quickly circulated the great dragon sword soul to attack his body. They turned into streaks of sword qi to destroy the poisonous gas. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also felt the poisonous gas entering her body. She also came to a halt. Damn it! It was corpse poison, and it was the poison of an ancient sage corpse. How dare you plot against me? She was furious. In the distance, when Di-Ling saw this, he raised his head to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, success. From the looks of it, they must have been poisoned. Once they were poisoned, they couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a pool of blood. Thinking of this, he proudly strode forward. In a few steps, he arrived nearby. Seeing the two of them struggling in the green poisonous mist with black faces, Di-Ling laughed even more happily. Lin Xian said as he used the great dragon sword soul to expel the poison. This person came for me. I didn't expect to implicate you.
How are you?
Are you okay? I'll help you after I expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Li Hongxiu said, No, I was worried about you. Since you're fine, I don't have to worry about you. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with this person. Li Hongxiu shouted. The 5-colored light in her body burst out and directly expelled the poison.
Boom.
Li Hongxiu exploded. Like a peerless goddess, she slapped her jade-like hand forward. In an instant, it enveloped Di-Ling. To be honest, Di-Ling didn't expect this woman to be able to fight back. In his opinion, the two of them were definitely going to die, so he didn't think of defending at all. With a boom, he was sent flying. With a miserable cry, he was sent flying while spurting blood. Damn it! Di-Ling roared and rushed over. He wanted to attack, but he was slapped to the ground. Li Hongxiu's strength was beyond his imagination. Di-Ling staggered and fell to the ground. Half of his body was broken. His face was full of horror. Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn, this girl is so strong? To be honest, he didn't expect this. One had to know that even though he didn't place the Imperial Mausoleum in his eyes, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Imperial Mausoleum. At least, it was impossible to defeat him in a few moves. However, Li Hongxiu did it easily. This woman was too terrifying. Even Di-Ling found her. Damn it! With a roar, he turned around and fled. Anyway, Lin Xian was already poisoned. It was useless for him to stay here. Moreover, the woman in front of him was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. He even felt that this woman was more terrifying than the 100-eyed demon sage. You take your time to expel the poison. I'll go after him. He dared to trick me. I'll make him pay the price. Li Hongxiu said in a low voice. Her body turned into a stream of 7-colored light and rushed out instantly. Not long after, Ling's scream could be heard from afar. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Ling opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. The corpse of the ancient sage rushed out from the coffin. So what if the opponent was strong? Could it be that the opponent was a minor saint? As long as it wasn't a minor saint, he could fight back. Although summoning the corpse of the ancient sage put a lot of pressure on him, he couldn't care less. You still have the corpse of the ancient sage? But do you think you can do anything to me? Li Hongxiu attacked aggressively. The corpse of the ancient sage was forced to retreat. Many handprints appeared on the corpse's powerful body. Ling was going crazy. Who is she? She's too terrifying. The corpse of the ancient sage could fight against a minor saint.
Run.
He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rode the bronze coffin and quickly fled. Li Hongxiu attacked again. On the other side, although Lin Xian was poisoned, the great dragon sword spirit was very powerful. It quickly eliminated the poison. Then, his body was covered with dragon-shaped sword qi. He walked out of the green poison mist.
Damn it.
Ling was so insidious. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. Even a saint of the 5th heaven would die from this poison. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. But Ling's fate must be very miserable. With Li Hongxiu chasing after him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. He opened the Great Sage Pagoda and took out the Heavenly Luo umbrella. The soul mark on the Heavenly Luo umbrella had been removed by the starry flame. He put his own mark on it. Then, he activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and collected all the poison. Although half of it had been consumed, there was still half left. It was enough. It was also a great weapon for Lin Xian. Chapter 3686. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go. He was not worried about Li Hongxiu. That girl was much scarier than him. She would probably be able to deal with a real small saint. Lin Xian went on his way again, looking for the 7th Eastern Spirit Stone. At this moment, in the rain, Shun Jingqiu stood there with a solemn expression. Around her, there were many sages. There were demonic beasts, humans, and even killing intent in the void from time to time. It seemed that she was being besieged. Girl, hand over the treasures on you, and I can spare your life. You're quite pretty. Accompany me for a year. I happen to be lacking a cauldron. You can follow me. A few sneers were heard. They stared at Shun Jingqiu, their eyes burning. Such a peerless beauty was definitely rare. Shun Jingqiu snorted coldly. Her exquisite face was covered with ice. She did not say anything, but decisively made her move. A purple cloud appeared on her body, carrying the law. It was very small. At the same time, her jade-like hands formed a seal. On her palm, the purple aura became stronger and stronger, like a purple sun. This was a great ability called the Purple Light Dao Flower. You still want to fight? Take her down, and we'll enjoy it together. One of them shouted angrily. Lightning surged on his body to resist the Purple Light Dao Flower. At the same time, there were 2 demon saints. With their strong physiques, they fought the purple cloud. A sonorous sound rang out, and the battle erupted. Although she was being besieged, Shun Jingqiu did not fall into a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that she was a genius. So what? One of them sneered. Terrifying flames bloomed on his body. This was a fiery divine bird with a human head. The flames on his body were very terrifying. He slapped out with his claws, carrying monstrous flames that covered a part of the world. Shun Jingqiu shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward. The law on it was incomparable. She was going to face the opponent's flame head-on. At the same time, she pulled out a sunrise sword with her left hand and slashed in all directions.
Boom. Boom.
The earth trembled, and the void collapsed. Those people were unable to succeed for a while. There were even a few sages who were sent flying. The scene was very shocking. Damn it! At this time, a ray of light shone in the sky, piercing toward Shinjingqiu's back. Shinjingqiu felt cold all over. Not good. She quickly dodged, but the dagger still pierced her shoulder. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing her long dress red. There was a killer. Shinjingqiu hurriedly sealed her wound and was extremely vigilant at the same time. She didn't expect that there would be assassins hiding in the void. That's great. This little girl is injured. Let's see how she's going to fight now. These people were sinister as they took action again. These people carried the laws of heaven and earth as they continuously attacked. Even the hidden assassins attacked again. Shinjingqiu shouted and activated her spirit body. Purple light burst out from her eyes, and her body was also covered in a layer of radiance. The energy from all directions quickly surged into her body, and her cultivation continued to soar. In an instant, he had reached the 4th heavenly layer, and it was still increasing. It even showed signs of increasing towards the 5th heaven. Damn it, what's going on? There's something wrong with this woman. Quickly stop her. She's using a secret technique. The surrounding sages went crazy. They had never seen this kind of cultivation increase in their lives. In the sky, 2 rays of sword light slashed onto Shinjingqiu's body, causing Shinjingqiu to retreat. Only then did she stop the increase in her cultivation. Now, she had reached the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer. Just this cultivation alone was the same as Di Ling. This made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. It's too scary. Fortunately, we have more people and can join forces to take her down. We must find out the secret of this sudden increase in cultivation. These people's eyes were red. If they could master this kind of magical power, who would be their opponent in future battles? Shinjingqiu shouted. After her cultivation increased, her strength increased a lot, so with one palm, she sent the 2 sages flying, and their bodies exploded. For a moment, the surrounding people were terrified. However, Shinjingqiu wasn't too happy, because the 2 assassins hiding in the dark were really too strange. It was impossible for her to guard against them. If it weren't for these 2 assassins, she would have defeated the surrounding people long ago. Another sword came at her from a strange angle, aiming for her neck. Shinjingqiu shouted and slapped out with her palm, dodging quickly at the same time. The sword missed, and her palm also missed. That assassin's movement technique was too strange. However, her cultivation had increased after all. Just her aura alone was enough to send that assassin flying. Blood flowed down from the sky, but Shinjingqiu's situation wasn't optimistic either. The other assassin also attacked suddenly, leaving another wound on her body. Lin Xian had been rushing. The 7th East Spirit Stone should be in front of him.
He was a little excited.
However, at this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There were sounds of fighting, and there were quite a few people. He used his magical power and looked forward. In the next moment, he was stunned, and his face completely darkened. With a roar, he turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Little girl, you can't hold on any longer, right? Be a good girl and surrender. You can suffer less. Don't struggle. Although you have a secret technique, you're no match for so many of us. Moreover, there are assassins in the dark. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Don't worry, when we catch you later, we won't torture you. We'll take good care of you. These people laughed out loud. However, just as they finished laughing, their heads exploded. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding people.
Who was it?
The surrounding people screamed crazily, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Shinjingqiu was also stunned. Did someone come to save her? In the next moment, she saw a figure appear in front of her. That person's body was covered in a monstrous golden light, and his eyes were filled with piercing, killing intent. He punched out and directly smashed a sage into pieces. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. Who was this person? Wasn't he too strong? Big Brother Lin. Shun Jingqiu exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the person who came was indeed Lin Xian. He was here to look for the East Spirit Stone, but he did not expect to encounter Jingqiu and be besieged. Therefore, he came over to kill her. It turned out that he was this woman's companion.
Kill him.
The surrounding people roared crazily and rushed forward. All of you must die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He attacked wildly, and every attack injured someone. These sages frantically retreated. No, he's too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? Retreat quickly. These people looked terrified. Then, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Oh no, be careful, Big Brother Lin. There's an assassin. Shun Jingqiu screamed. However, it was already too late. The surrounding people sneered. Great, let this kid die. Chapter 3687. Once he's injured, I'll capture him and chop him into pieces. I'll make him wish he was dead. These people clutched at their wounds, their faces filled with malevolence. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Are there assassins? No wonder Qiu was injured. These assassins were too strange. Even he hadn't noticed them before. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. He didn't even turn back. He continued to pursue the saints in front of him. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and kill him. The people in front kept retreating. At the same time, they were extremely agitated. They had met an idiot. He didn't even dodge the assassins. Let's see how he's going to die. With a clang, a killing sword slashed onto Lin Xian's body, producing a clanging sound. However, the frightening thing was that the flying sword was sent flying. Countless sparks flew, and the void shattered. Only a white mark was left on Lin Xian's body. It didn't pierce through at all. How is this possible? What kind of physique does this kid have? The surrounding sages were all stunned. The assassin in the void seemed to be stunned as well. He paused for a moment. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and kicked. His kick was like a heavenly knife. With a crack, the assassin's body was broken in half. A pitiful groan was heard. Fresh blood spurted. The assassin screamed. However, he was very decisive. He turned into a streak of flowing light and hid in the void again. Everyone was going crazy. This person was really too scary. Such a terrifying assassin couldn't even hurt him. Instead, he was severely injured by his opponent. Suddenly, they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. Another assassin charged towards Jingqiu. Jingqiu was still agitated. She didn't defend herself. She was stabbed in the back again. She almost fell into a pool of blood. When Lin Xian saw this, he was completely enraged. He stepped in front of Jingqiu and hugged Jingqiu. He stopped the bleeding. At the same time, his voice was emotionless and cold. His golden eyes looked in all directions. All of you can go to hell. He lifted his hand and unleashed the heavenly Luo umbrella. It bloomed in the air and sealed off the area. At the same time, the corpse poison inside started to flow out. Not good, run quickly. Screams rang out one after another as these people fought back madly. But very soon, screams of agony rang out. Such a terrifying poison was something they could not withstand at all.
Even the two assassins were trapped.
They frantically tried to break out of the encirclement, using their powerful movement techniques. However, the heavenly Luo umbrella was definitely a saint artifact. It would not be so easy to break out of the encirclement. As long as they breathed in a trace of the poisonous gas, they would undoubtedly die. Sure enough, the two assassins gradually stopped attacking. In front of him, a green poisonous gas lingered in the air, as cries of agony could be heard. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. He lowered his head to look at Jingqiu and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. It won't hurt my foundation." Shin Jingqiu shook her head and sat down cross-legged. She swallowed a medicinal pill and began to treat her injuries. Half a day later, she recovered and stood up. She asked, "What happened to those people?" Lin Xian said that they were probably all dead. He waved his hand and put away the heavenly Luo umbrella. The remaining poison was also collected by him into the heavenly Luo umbrella. The scene in front of him appeared. 7 corpses had fallen to the ground, and only bones were left. There were also some weapons and storage rings left behind. The flesh and blood of those people had long been gone, and their souls had been killed by the poison. It was too terrifying. Shin Jingqiu was also surprised. Those were all powerful saints, but they couldn't be more dead. What kind of poison was that? Lin Xian took back all the weapons and storage rings of those people. He threw the storage rings to Shin Jingqiu.
Take it.
These are your compensation. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She took them. As for the weapons, Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were useless, so he casually put them away. Brother Lin, where are we going next? Shin Jingqiu picked up Little White and asked. On the other side, Lin Xian also summoned the Earth Demon Demonic Rat. This guy was very familiar with this place. Let's go and collect the East Spirit Stones. How many pieces have you collected? Lin Xian asked. 5 pieces. I have 7 pieces. We'll finish collecting soon. Next, the two of them went together and began to collect the East Spirit Stones. A month later, the two of them had collected all the East Spirit Stones. That's great. Lin Xian beamed with joy. He also raised a smile. Let's go to Dongling Mountain. We can go back. Do you think we'll be the first to arrive? That's for sure. Dongling Mountain was also very famous in the Eastern Spirit Realm. The two of them flew for 5 days and finally saw the mountains in front of them. The tallest one was Dongling Mountain. I've helped you complete your task. Can you let me go? The Earth Demon Demonic Rat asked carefully. Lin Xian was in a good mood. He said, yes. If there's a chance in the future, I can come here again. He removed the seal on the Earth Demon Demonic Rat and waved goodbye. The Earth Demon Demonic Rat also burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Let's go. Dongling Mountain is right in front of us. We don't need anyone to show us the way. Although it was right in front of them, it was still more than 200,000 miles away. When they were about 10,000 miles away, they were stopped again. There was a group of people in front of them. There were a total of 9 people, and they all had an extremely violent aura. They lined up in a straight line like a heavenly river, blocking the path.
Who are you?
Why are you blocking the way? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. A couple? The man opposite sneered. Kid, you're going to Dongling Mountain, right? Seems like you're here for the assessment. Hand over the East Spirit Stones obediently and get lost. We can spare your life. Robbery? Lin Xian frowned. Shin Jingqiu reminded him softly. Be careful, Brother Lin. Their aura is very unusual. Indeed, the aura on these people was very violent. Didn't you hear what I said? A tall man walked out. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Do you know who we are? We're from Thunder God City. Do you think you can survive in the second astral realm after provoking us? Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the East Spirit Stones. Thunder God City? Lin Xian was stunned. Thunder God City was the same as Wushuang City. It was also a saint city. Lin Xian was no stranger to Thunder God City. When he was in the first astral realm, he had a conflict with Thunder God City. At that time, it was Lei Qianzhong who was killed by him. He didn't expect to meet people from Thunder God City again. Moreover, it was under such circumstances. This Thunder God City is really nothing. They're just doing some sneaky things. You have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the Saint City. I think you haven't passed the assessment yet. Lin Xian sneered. What do you know, kid? We've passed the assessment long ago. We're here for the trial. The leader of the group stood out and said coldly, Kid, I just wanted you to kneel and hand over the East Spirit Stones. But now I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to hand over the East Spirit Stones, but you also have to leave your woman behind. Moreover, I'll teach you how to break your teeth one by one. Take him down." The moment the young man gave the order, the people beside him walked out. Chapter 3688. How dare you say that our boss is angry? Now you're dead meat. The person who walked out was a late-stage third heaven saint. He had a lightning blade on his back, and his powerful aura made people tremble.
Buzz.
The saint pulled out his lightning blade. With a slash of the blade, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a violent force filled the world. Lin Xian didn't care. He was just a late-stage third heaven saint. He didn't even care about a fourth heaven emperor mausoleum. Not to mention these people. With a cold snort, he attacked. The golden fist and the opponent's lightning blade collided. It was as if there was a huge explosion between heaven and earth. The thunder-type saint's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. His blade kept trembling. Even his entire arm was trembling violently. Damn it! With a roar, thunder exploded on his body, and the law of thunder surrounded him. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. How could an early-stage third heaven saint be so strong? He gathered his strength and wanted to explode again. However, the fist opposite him exploded first. Lin Xian's fist was full of power. After the first strike, the subsequent power surged forth and instantly shattered the lightning blade. Not only that, but one of the opponent's arms also exploded. With a blood-curdling scream, the lightning-type saint was sent flying. The people behind were completely stunned. Their powerhouse was defeated. He was defeated by someone whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. With such strength, you want to learn how to fight and rob others? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. You trash, you can't even take care of an early-stage third heaven saint. The leader's face was incomparably cold. The injured person said, "Boss, you can't blame me. He's really too strong. He's very strong." Very strong? Looks like he's a close combat expert. We don't need to talk about morality. Just attack him. Yes, boss. 2 more people walked out. These 2 people also had terrifying lightning on their bodies. One of them held a thunder hammer while the other held a thunder heaven net. The 2 of them didn't say anything as they unleashed their full power. Terrifying thunder and lightning interweaved, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to completely envelop Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying lightning law, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. It suddenly transformed into countless black Qilin runes, forming a black Qilin shield in front of him. All of the lightning bolts struck it, creating a deafening sound that sounded like 10,000 claps of thunder. The black Qilin's toughness was much tougher than expected. It blocked all the thunder attacks. Lin Xian attacked again. His golden eyes flickered with radiance, forming a vortex. Then, a headless knight rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The spear directly pierced through the 2 of them. Like candied haws on a stick, he stared at the void. Holy blood scattered down. The 2 individuals screamed miserably, their expressions horrified. The people of Thunder God City behind were also completely stunned. Was the other party so strong? Was he really just an early-stage third heavenly layer? Why did he look like a 4th heaven sage? Damn brat, who the hell are you? The young man in the lead gritted his teeth and asked. You bunch of trash don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian's voice was cold. If you want to live, kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. You're courting death. Don't be too arrogant. Attack together. The young man waved his hand, and the remaining 5 people all rushed over. Each of them was very powerful. Among them, 2 were in the late-stage third heavenly layer, and the remaining 3 were in the middle-stage third heavenly layer. Each of their cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together. How could they not take down the other party? Seeing this scene, Shen Jingqiu wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped her. He formed a seal with his palm, and a blue tide appeared. His eye technique attack released a green light wave that swept out. The 5 sages instantly hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls seemed to be about to explode, and they instantly lost their attacking power. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully, chopping off the heads of the 5 people. Then, he turned his head and stared at the person in the lead. The young man in the lead trembled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was extremely shocked. The other party instantly killed 5 sages on their side. It was too unbelievable.
He said,
"You're very strong. This time, I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the other party, blocking his path. "You want to leave just like that? Damn brat. What do you want?" The young man's face was gloomy. Lin Xian smiled. "You want to kill me, but now that you've failed, you want to escape unscathed? Do you think that's possible?
Could it be that you want to attack me?
Do you know who I am? I know that you're from Thunder God City. It's not like I haven't killed you before." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This scene made the other party's eyelids twitch wildly. This brat had killed people from Thunder God City before. Heavens, who is this person? Brat, listen carefully. I'm not from an ordinary holy city. My brother is Lei Chong. He's a top genius of Thunder God City. My brother's strength has reached level 5. It's definitely not something you can imagine. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. The young man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. His identity was indeed not ordinary. After hearing his words, the other party still didn't obediently apologize to him. However, Lin Xian said, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, you can go on your way." A sword light flashed across his hand.
"Damn it, you dare."
The young man's face changed wildly. How could there be such a person? Was he not afraid of his brother's revenge? He wanted to escape, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? He was split into 2 by the sword. His soul escaped. However, it was quickly locked onto by the heavenly secret god eyes and pulled into the locking spring and autumn. Not only him, the souls of the surrounding people were all pulled into the locking spring and autumn. They experienced 10,000 years of miserable reincarnation. Then, they were completely destroyed. Brother Lin is too powerful. Shun Jingqiu cheered. At this moment, on the corpse of the leading young man, a jade pendant floated out. An extremely strong mental wave came from inside. "Who is it? How dare you kill my brother?" That soul transformed into a human face, but it had just formed. It was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. "A mere level 5. How dare you be arrogant in front of me?" Next, he burned all of these people's corpses and took away all of their storage rings. Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu once again headed towards Dongling Mountain. Within a cave dwelling within Dongling Mountain, a figure stood up abruptly and roared towards the heavens. "Who dares to hurt my brother? I will definitely tear you into pieces." Thunder on this person's body turned into thunder beasts, bobbing up and down above his head. The people in the surrounding cave also came out and asked, "Senior brother Lei Chong, what's going on?" These people were all from Thunder God City. They looked at the angry Lei Chong with a face full of shock. This was their sacred city's top genius. Who dared to provoke him? Chapter 3689. Something might have happened to my brother. He might have been killed by someone. Lei Chong said coldly, scaring the surrounding people. "How is that possible?" "It's true. I can sense it. Hurry down the mountain and find my brother's body." At the same time, the others were looking for anyone who had come to the mountain recently. "If there's anyone suspicious, report it to me immediately. Who dared to kill my brother? I will make him pay a painful price." In an instant, a storm was stirred up in Dongling Mountain. Many people knew that Lei Chong's brother had been killed. This was really unbelievable. Lei Chong was a peak genius of the Thunder God City. His younger brother was also from the Thunder God City. Someone actually dared to kill someone from Thunder God City. Did they want to die? Everyone was discussing. Many people even guessed that it might have been done by the native demonic beasts of the East Spirit world. However, the people of Thunder God City knew that it wasn't. Especially Lei Chong. He firmly believed that it must have been done by other martial artists, because he was very clear about what his brother had done. He had robbed people who were passing by at a place 100,000 miles away from Dongling Mountain. This kind of behavior couldn't possibly anger demonic beasts. The ones who had to walk were martial artists passing by. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Lei Chong's face was incomparably cold. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu didn't know that their actions had caused a small storm in Dongling Mountain. Even if they knew, Lin Xian would probably do the same. After all, those people from Thunder God City who dared to have ideas about them were simply courting death. When they entered Dongling Mountain, Xinjingqiu was surprised. Why were there so many guards here? No, why did their aura seem a little like Thunder God City's? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Qiu. Be careful. Don't mention anything about our relationship with Thunder God City. The two of them walked over. During this time, the martial artists from Thunder God City glanced at the two of them. However, they quickly ignored them. Because of the two of them, Shun Jingqiu was at the late stage of the third heaven while Lin Xian was at the early stage of the third heaven. They weren't that eye-catching. In their opinion, such a person would not be able to kill Lei Chong's brother. Lei Chong's younger brother had brought 9 experts with him. Perhaps only someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer would be able to capture those people. The two of them safely entered Spirit Mountain. There were a lot of people inside, and the whole mountain was like a huge city. There were all kinds of pavilions, buildings, and shops. The martial artists here were also here to train, and there were even many demonic beasts walking around. Let's go find Peerless City, their stronghold here. After asking around, the two of them headed towards one of the mountains. On the other side, Lei Chong had been waiting for news. His subordinates kept sending him news. They reported one after another, but did not find any suspicious characters. They were all ordinary saints who had entered. Lei Chong frowned. How could this be? He held a jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched. The pendant in his hand flickered with a trace of light. He sensed that person. He soared into the sky and looked around. What's wrong, Brother Chong? The martial artists under his command were all stunned. Lei Chong said. That person had already entered the mountain.
What? How could this be?
The surrounding subordinates were completely stunned. We have been closely monitoring. As long as it is someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer, we will immediately report it. However, we have not found such a person at all. You are too careless. It may not be someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer. Other cultivations may also be able to do it. For example, someone who has many sacred tools in his hands. Therefore, that person's cultivation is not as high as you think. Lei Chong's voice was biting cold. He naturally knew that there were some geniuses who could fight above their level. There were even some geniuses who had powerful sacred tools in their hands. Follow me. I can find him. Lei Chong waved his hand and led the martial artists from Thunder God City to the sky. They flew quickly in the sky. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Look, those people are from Thunder God City. The leader should be Lei Chong. Tianya, what are they doing? Look at this murderous aura. Didn't you hear that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed?
What?
How could it be? Who is courting death? Screams rang out one after another as many people followed suit. Qiu, the mountaintop of Wushuang City, should be in front of us. We should be able to pass the 3rd test after we hand over the East Spirit Stones. Xinjingqiu also revealed a smile. This is great. The test is finally over. They can finally join Wushuang City. However, they stopped at this moment. This was because they realized that there were countless thunderclaps in front of them. They formed a sea of thunder and blocked their path. Damn it, who is it? They raised their heads. They saw more than 10 figures descending from the sky. They arrived near them and surrounded them. The leader was wearing a thunder robe and had a thunder sword. He had a powerful aura. The people from Thunder God City had descended and surrounded Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Lin Xian asked coldly, "Who are you people? Why are you blocking my path?" The surrounding martial artists were all watching from nearby, whispering to each other. Heavens, what is going on? Thunder God City actually surrounded this man and woman? Could it be that these two people offended Thunder God City? I heard that Lei Cheng's younger brother was killed. Could it be that these two people did it? How could it be? The two of them were only level 3 saints. Lei Cheng's younger brother had 7 to 8 saints under him. How could it be that these two people did it? Everyone was puzzled. "We are from Thunder God City," one of the martial artists said coldly. Lei Cheng's voice was even colder. He stared at Lin Xian. "That's right, it's you. I can feel your aura. It's you who killed my younger brother." "Your younger brother? I haven't seen him." Lin Xian shook his head. Lei Cheng said, "Don't quibble. I can feel your aura. It's definitely you. Be obedient and kneel down to accept your death. I will sacrifice your head to my younger brother." The power of thunder on Lei Cheng's body was extremely terrifying. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to rumble nonstop. Seeing that the other party was determined, Lin Xian knew that the other party should have concrete evidence. Therefore, he didn't evade. "Are you saying that there are people who want to rob us from 10,000 miles away? If it's that kind of trash, that's right. It's indeed me who did it. However, are they from Thunder God City? Since when did Thunder God City become so despicable and shameless to rob others on the road? Is this how the people from Holy City do things?" Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. After the surrounding people heard it, they were all stunned. Lei Cheng's younger brother actually robbed others on the road? Heavens, this is too shameless. Lower your voice, do you want to die? Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shameful to do such a thing in the Holy City. The faces of the people from Thunder God City also sank. Damn brat, are you courting death? Chapter 30, 690. Lei Cheng's expression was cold. "I don't care what my brother does, it's his freedom. But if you kill him, you'll definitely die. Are you going to die obediently, or resist and let me torture you to death? You can choose one. So overbearing, so arrogant. Why don't you ask your brother what despicable things he did to kill me? Since it's like this, there's nothing to say. Let's fight. Let me see what qualifications you have as an elder brother to be so arrogant." Lin Xian was also angry. Lei Cheng didn't look like a good person. He wanted to use his powerful background to oppress others. However, was he that easy to bully? "You want to fight me?" Lei Cheng glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads. This brat was simply too reckless. He actually dared to fight Lei Cheng. Lei Cheng was a level 4 late-stage expert. He was also a genius who could fight those above his level. That kid was only a level 3 late-stage expert. How could he be Lei Cheng's opponent? They really didn't know what method he used to kill Lei Cheng's brother. It was probably a despicable method. It might be a sneak attack. These people knew Lei Cheng's name. Hence, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Sure enough, these people from Thunder God City sneered. "Kid, if you didn't use despicable methods, would you be able to kill the people from Thunder God City? You want to be Brother Cheng's opponent? Who do you think you are?" "Brother Cheng, I'll kill him." A person walked out. This person was a level 3 late-stage expert. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Come kid, I'll let you have 10 moves. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one hand." Haha. The surrounding people sneered in disdain. He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian shook his head. These people from the God of Thunder were too arrogant and haughty. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. He took out the heavenly Luo umbrella and opened it. It froze the space and released the poison gas. At the same time, the heavenly Luo umbrella shot out a ray of light that covered him and Shinjingqiu. It prevented them from being infected by the poison. It was done in a blink of an eye. Hence, the surrounding was filled with green mist. That arrogant disciple from Thunder City fell down. He was foaming at the mouth, twitching. His body was covered with green spots. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but in the next moment, they screamed crazily. Not good, poison. Damn, I'm poisoned. What kind of poison is this? I can't get rid of it. Screams rang out one after another as more than a dozen people fell down one after another. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even a level 5 heavenly layer expert could not withstand it, let alone these people. Lei Chong's expression also changed. Damn it. Lightning interweaved on his body, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped him. However, he still underestimated this corpse poison. The corpse poison bypassed the lightning ball and directly drilled into his body. His face also turned green, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? That's too unbelievable. This kid is too heaven-defying. Corpse poison. There's a strong poison in this kid's body. It should be the corpse poison of a saint. No wonder he's so strong. No wonder he could kill Lei Chong's brother. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Although the corpse poison was sealed in the space and didn't attack them, it might leak out. Once they inhaled it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the heavenly Luo umbrella and the poison. In fact, he only released a small part of it. These people couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, these people fell to the ground and wailed. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Chong kept twitching. He gritted his teeth and roared with difficulty. Damn it, you're despicable and shameless. I'm despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You have the nerve to say such words. You brought a large group of saints to besiege the two of us. You still dare to say that I'm despicable and shameless. I'm just teaching you a lesson. I'll let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant outside. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Previously, they thought that this kid didn't know what's good for him. But now, it seemed that he was simply a ruthless character. He used his trump card right from the start and poisoned a group of experts. Damn it, give me the antidote. Lei Chong said, with difficulty. He was too aggrieved. He was a top-tier genius with a body full of mystic skills. But before he could even unleash any of them, he was taken down by someone else. This was a crazy slap to his face. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't get rid of this poison. If he didn't get the antidote, he was afraid that he would die here. Lin Xian said, Antidote? Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. You'll have to detoxify yourself slowly. After saying that, he walked forward. Damn it, Elder, save me. Lei Chong crushed a jade token. Suddenly, a roar came from the top of a mountain. Who is it? How dare you touch the people of my Thunder God City? The figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and turned into an old man. His powerful aura spread out in all directions. It's a small saint. Many people's expression changed. This was the small saint of Thunder God City. Eastern Spirit World was a training ground. Countless experts of big clans and sects would train here. Therefore, they had their strongholds in Eastern Spirit World. Eastern Spirit Mountain was where the strongholds were located. Each saint city or clan occupied a mountain peak. Wushuang City was the same, and so was Thunder God City. At this moment, the elder of Thunder God City's stronghold received the distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he almost vomited blood. What's going on? Lei Chong and the geniuses of Thunder God City were defeated. Damn it, what happened? Is there a small saint here? One should know that Lei Chong was at the late stage of the 4th heavenly realm. In addition to his powerful divine ability and trump card, he had no problem fighting against a 5th heavenly realm saint. In addition, there were so many geniuses. Therefore, in his opinion, Only a small saint could defeat so many people. Elder, catch him. He's the one who injured us. Those people pointed at Lin Xian crazily. The small saint elder raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. He was stunned. How could it be? He's at the early stage of the third heavenly realm. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He thought for a while, but he never thought that the murderer was an early-stage third heavenly realm cultivator. An early-stage third heavenly realm cultivator defeated a group of experts? What a joke. He felt as if he was dreaming. However, all eyes were on Lin Xian.
It seemed that this was really done by him.
Damn it, what's going on? His face suddenly became gloomy. He was poisoned, and it was a very strong poison.
He stared at Lin Xian.
A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming a cage. Chapter 30, 691. Shinjingqiu looked solemn. That aura had shocked them. Lin Xian kept the heavenly luo umbrella above his head and did not release any poison. The heavenly luo umbrella was a saint weapon. It blocked the monstrous saint aura. Then he sneered.
What?
Is Thunder God City going to be despicable again? First, it was a group attack by more than 10 saints. Since they couldn't defeat Thunder God City, they sent a minor saint. How impressive. However, it's a little too shameless.
Brat.
You're courting death. The little saint let out a roar as his aura burst out, transforming into a giant hand that reached out to grab the area in front of him. This power was really too terrifying. At this moment, many people knelt on the ground, unable to stand. This was the danger of a minor saint. It was far more dangerous than them. Such a terrifying giant hand of thunder with a vast law was trying to suppress Lin Xian. Feeling a great pressure, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He activated the heavenly luo umbrella and released an unparalleled aura. It was dazzling, competing with the minor saint. With a clang, the two collided. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Everyone couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling light. Lin Xian was pushed back. The heavenly luo umbrella was also trembling. However, it still managed to block the attack.
So, it's a saint weapon.
No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can defeat me with a saint weapon as an early-stage third heavenly layer? The minor saint said with disdain. Although a saint weapon was good, it depended on who was holding it. In his hands, it was an unparalleled, peerless weapon. But in the hands of his opponent, it was just SOSO. Oh, really? Then try this. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the corpse poison in the heavenly luo umbrella floated out and spread forward. The minor saint was disdainful at first, but when he felt the poisonous gas, his face changed instantly, and he quickly retreated. The law on his body formed a shield and shrouded him. This poison was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. No wonder Lei Chong and more than 10 saints were poisoned. This kind of poison was not something that they could resist. Who was his opponent? Why would he possess such a terrifying corpse poison? Elder, don't fight with him for now. Quickly save us. We can't hold on any longer. We're about to be poisoned to death. At this moment, Lei Chong opened his mouth with difficulty. The minor saint's face instantly changed. Not good. He was so focused on the battle that he forgot about Lei Chong and the others. His face turned completely ugly. Lei Chong and the others were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not expel the poison quickly, they would probably die immediately. Damn brat, hand over the antidote. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian shrugged. I really don't have the antidote. You're courting death. Do you really want us Thunder God City's geniuses to die? Do you know what the consequences are? I was just passively defending. If they didn't want to kill me, how could I be poisoned? Lin Xian sneered. Your disciples' lives are important, but is my life not important? Could it be that the lives of the people in your Thunder God City are a level higher than others? Lin Xian was also enraged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're courting death. The elder roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. He summoned his companions. Some people flew over. They were the elders of the Thunder God City. When they arrived, they were shocked. What happened? Our people are poisoned. Hurry up and save them. When the elders arrived, their faces immediately became ugly. Hurry up and save them. They quickly summoned more companions. Using eye techniques, they took out the antidote pills and cooperated with the laws of heaven and earth to expel the poison. The minor saint stood up again and stared at Lin Xian. Do you really think that this poison can fight against us? You're really courting death. Another minor saint stood out. 2 minor saints faced Lin Xian. As long as they capture him, they would be able to get rid of the poison. Not good. That brat is in danger. Although that brat has a saint weapon and poison, how could he be a match for 2 minor saints? Many people retreated frantically. At this moment, the pressure in this area was too great. They could not bear it at all. What should we do? Xinjingqiu's face was also ugly. 2 minor saints were too dangerous for them. Lin Xian did not resist. He let out a long cry. I'm a disciple of Peerless City. Now I'm being attacked by the elders of Thunder God City. I hope the elders of Peerless City can save me. His voice turned into thunder, rolling out in all directions. What? He's from Peerless City? And he's a disciple of Peerless City? Everyone was stunned. This identity was nothing in the eyes of these powerhouses. However, it was this unremarkable person who had caused such a commotion. On a mountain peak far away, a few streams of light streaked across the sky. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. These people were from Peerless City. Elder, I'm Lin Wudi from Peerless City. I'm here to take part in the assessment. This time, I came to Eastern Spirit Mountain to hand over the mission, but I was besieged by the people of Thunder God City. Now, 2 minor saints from Thunder God City are going to attack me.
What?
The people of Peerless City were stunned. 2 minor saints from Thunder God City were going to attack their disciples? Isn't this too much of a bully? At the same time, an old man raised his eyebrows. You're that Lin Wudi? He was too shocked. As the elder of Peerless City, he naturally knew that a peerless genius had appeared in the assessment. His name was Lin Wudi. In the first round, he broke the record of Peerless City that had existed for thousands of years. In the second round, he took the first place and eliminated 3 of the 8 great geniuses. They were very optimistic about the third round. This person had a high chance of becoming the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation. Now, such a person was besieged by the people of Sky Thunder City. If it was a young disciple, they could still tolerate it. After all, conflicts between the saint cities were normal. But now, 2 elders of Thunder God City, 2 minor saints, were going to attack. This made them unable to tolerate it. What's going on? They landed and instantly protected Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Then, the old man looked at Thunder God City. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to attack our people? Don't you think it's too shameless to bully the weak with 2 minor saints? The people of Peerless City were furious. 2 minor saints. Aren't they too much of a bully? Do they really think that Peerless City is easy to bully? Damn it. Go away quickly. I'm going to capture this kid. It has nothing to do with you. The elders of Thunder God City were also furious. Now they must capture the other party and get the antidote. The people of Peerless City sneered. What a joke. How can it have nothing to do with us? This is the address of Peerless City. He poisoned more than a dozen of our saint geniuses. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, do you think we'll let him go? The few minor saints said coldly. They were really mad.
What?
The people of Peerless City were also stunned. They took a glance and found that Lei Chong and the other saint geniuses were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This made the corners of their mouths twitch. But very quickly, they became wild with joy. This brow was far too awesome. Chapter 30, 692. They knew that Lei Chong was a top heaven's pride. Together with a dozen saints, even a fifth celestial layer expert would have to spend some effort to deal with him. But now, this kid actually defeated all of them in an instant. This is simply a talent. They had to protect such a talent well. At this time, Lin Xian also said, "Elder, the people from Thunder God City tried to rob us outside and were defeated by me. Then, these people refused to accept it and wanted to besiege me. In the end, they were defeated. Therefore, their elder took action. I really don't know why Sky Thunder City is so despicable and shameless. Elder, please give us justice." Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City wanted to laugh. This kid is still acting innocent after taking advantage of them. However, they had never been on good terms with Lei Xincheng. At this moment, they naturally had to protect Lin Xian. More importantly, Lei Xincheng was the one who provoked them first. First, it was a robbery. Then, it was a group attack. Now, it was the elders who took action. Every matter was done by Thunder God City shamelessly. You actually dared to take action against our people. Give us an explanation or compensate us. Otherwise, this matter will not end. The elder from Wushuang City said coldly. Compensation? Hand over that kid first and make him hand over the antidote. Otherwise, we will not rest until we are dead. The people from Thunder God City were also furious. More than a dozen of their geniuses were in danger. Both sides did not back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably tense. All kinds of saint auras spread between heaven and earth. A few elders from Wushuang City arrived. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, Lei Chong woke up again. Old Zhang. He killed my brother. And he even killed 7 or 8 saints beside my brother. They are all the geniuses of our Thunder God City. You must take revenge.
What?
The elders from Thunder God City instantly vomited blood. 7 or 8 geniuses had already died in the hands of the other party. Damn it! Their eyes instantly turned red. The elders from Wushuang City were also stunned. Lin Xian said, "When they robbed, they were all masked. How would I know that they were from Thunder God City? Moreover, they did not say that I would naturally be merciless towards the robbers." Hearing this, the elder from Peerless City laughed. That was indeed the case. When attacking the enemy, of course they had to use the most forceful method. You can only blame yourselves for hiding your identity. The people from Thunder God City couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, capture that brat. Several elders made their moves. The people from Peerless City snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy collapsed the heavens and cracked the earth, spreading across the sky. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. Their faces were filled with fear. The two elders of the great sage city began to fight just like that. And the fuse was because of a young man. It was really unbelievable. Peerless City, you're courting death. The people of Thunder God City were thoroughly enraged. This time they had brought a lot of elders. In an instant, they had suppressed the people of Peerless City. The people from Peerless City were at a disadvantage, and their expressions were ugly. The people from Thunder God City laughed heartily. Just relying on your Peerless City, you dare to contend against our Thunder God City? Your Peerless City has only been established for a few thousand years. Your foundation is too weak. Our Thunder God's legacy is over 10,000 years old. How can you compare to him? In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, although there were two great sage city, Peerless City was a new power. There were only 2 generations of disciples in the sect. Now, they were only recruiting the 3rd generation. Thunder God City was different. It was an old saint city with a legacy of 10,000 years. The disciples in the sect had already reached the 8th generation. There was indeed a gap between the foundation of both sides. For example, in the stronghold, the number of elders and saints allocated by Peerless City was not as many as Thunder God City. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage now. Obediently hand over the person. Otherwise, I'll suppress you. Your Peerless City's face won't look good. The elders of Thunder God's City laughed sinisterly. The elders of Peerless City frantically counterattacked. They would definitely not let Lin Xian be in danger. Lin Xian was a good seedling. In the future, he would definitely become the disciple of the Sage King. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He activated the Heavenly Luo umbrella and shot out the remaining poison. The poison spread, causing the people of Thunder God City to frantically retreat. Only then did the pressure lessen a little. However, it was just a relief. This time there were 3 minor saints on the other side. Under their joint attack, the corpse poison only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart. Not good. They're too strong. You guys go first. Someone come and bring the 2 of them away quickly. The warriors of Peerless City brought Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu through the void, wanting to go to their stronghold. However, they were stopped by someone. Wanna go? Impossible.
Stay here obediently.
A minor saint unleashed a tremendous amount of law that resembled 2 gigantic dragons that swept across the battlefield. Not good. Quickly bring them away from Eastern Spirit Mountain. After receiving the order, the 2 minor saints brought Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu through the void and left Eastern Spirit Mountain. The others were in a great battle, chasing after them. In an instant, a battle broke out. Do you think you can resist? The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. On the other side, the elders of Peerless City roared. Quickly send the news back to the Saint City and ask them to send reinforcements. In the sky, streams of light streaked across. It was Lin Xian and the other 3. They left Eastern Spirit Mountain and flew towards the distance. Behind them, there were 4 streams of light chasing after them. Although they had the same number of people, they were facing 4 Fifth Heaven Saints. On their side, there were only 2 Fifth Heaven Saints. In addition to Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu, there were only 2 Third Heaven Saints. In comparison, the difference in strength was too great. Therefore, the people of Thunder God City behind them sneered. You can't escape. After flying for about half a day, they finally stopped Lin Xian and the others. The 4 of them landed and surrounded Lin Xian and the others.
We'll hold on for a while.
You 2 go first. The 2 saints of Peerless City gritted their teeth and said, No need. We'll stay and fight. If it's just a 5th Heaven Saint, it's nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. Xinjingqiu nodded her head. I can hold on for a while too. At least I can hold one of them. When these words came out, the 2 saints of Peerless City were stunned. On the other hand, the people of Thunder God City laughed. Ha ha! What did they just hear? 2 saints of the 3rd heaven wanted to contend with them? They were really reckless. Kid, who do you think you are? The corpse poison in your hands is gone. Without the poison gas, you dare to fight against us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If the 2 of them were afraid, it would be the poison. But now, they knew that the corpse poison was completely used up. Therefore, they were not afraid of the other party. Chapter 30, 693. No, it's too dangerous. The 2 of you should leave quickly. The saints from Peerless City also shook their heads. They were really worried. Lin Xian insisted. Trust me. Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack. The people from Sky Thunder City roared. The 4 of them attacked. Damn it. In an instant, the battle erupted. The 2 saints from Peerless City were restrained by the 2 saints from Sky Thunder City. The other 2 from the Great Sage charged towards Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Can Qiu hold on? I'll let you use the Heavenly Luo umbrella. I'll let Little White help you. But what about you, Brother Lin? Will it be dangerous? Xinjingqiu was a little worried. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I have a way. Reckless brat. Go to hell. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City sneered. The other party had a way to deal with him? What a joke. He could crush the other party with just his cultivation realm. With a cold snort, a sun formed in his body. It was a sun formed by thunder and lightning. It carried an incomparably violent aura and pressed forward. The other person also attacked Shin Jingqiu. Shin Jingqiu shouted and instantly activated her spiritual body. Her cultivation increased greatly. At the same time, she opened the heavenly Luo umbrella. Moreover, she took out another saint weapon. It was a purple flying sword. Little White hugged the calm pearl and was ready to attack at any time. Above Lin Xian's head, a sun of thunder kept flickering, suppressing the sky and him at the same time. Lin Xian snorted and activated the void escape. In an instant, he teleported to another place. At the same time, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda and released a strand of starry sky fire. There wasn't much starry sky fire left. Moreover, the Black Earth was at the most critical moment and would be completed soon. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use much starry sky fire. However, it was enough. He didn't intend to burn the other party to death with the starry sky fire. As long as he could burn the other party and scare them, it was enough.
Buzz.
A strand of the starry sky flame, which was the size of a palm, danced about and instantly enveloped the other party. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the fifth heaven sage's body was burned away. They were so scared that they fled frantically. This pitiful voice made one's scalp go numb. The surrounding sages all turned their heads to look. Their pupils shrank. How is this possible? A fifth heavenly layer saint had lost half of his body in an instant. He was seriously injured. This was too inconceivable. Was this really done by this kid? The people from Thunder God City were stunned. As for the people from Peerless City, they were also stunned. The next moment, they were overjoyed. Great! This kid's strength was beyond their expectations. From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. Damn brat, I want you dead. That kind of injured saint rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that with your cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, you can contend against me? What a joke. The middle-aged man roared, and the magical laws on his body exploded. He performed a hand seal, and his left hand drew a divine saber that slashed down. His right hand formed a lightning dragon. At this moment, the power exploded, and heaven and earth trembled. This was a magical ability of the magical laws. It was really powerful to the extreme. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the appearance of that terrifying flame. Once it appeared, he would immediately escape. Lin Xian did not use the starry sky fire again. He had done enough. The flame had injured the other party, and now the other party was scared out of his wits. He used the Kunpeng movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he pulled out the Great Destruction Spear. With a roar, Endless Sword Chi flew out. At the same time, he activated his ocular technique and summoned the Headless Knight to fight with it. With a boom, the two collided. The sun and moon shook, and a vast ocean-like power swept through the 9 heavens. This was really too inconceivable. How was it possible? He blocked it. The surrounding sages were also stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was relying on a magical flame to be able to injure the 5th heavenly layer saint. They were not a match for him at all. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would actually block the attack of a 5th heavenly layer saint. The other party's weapon was a sacred artifact. What was the Headless Knight that the other party had summoned? Why was its power so terrifying? Haha, the Sage of the 5-colored sky was only SOSO. Lin Xian laughed, his confidence doubled. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled. Without the flame, he was still no match for the other party. This was a great humiliation. Die for me. His palms formed a seal again, transforming into a mountain of thunder. He struck with both palms, and the mountain of thunder exploded. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body and activated the Qilin tattoo at the same time. His physique was really strong at this moment. Therefore, he did not dodge at all. He held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and danced in the wind. Dragon-shaped sword Qi flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The giant mountain of thunder was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body trembled as he was attacked by the endless thunder. On the other side, the middle-aged sage was also not feeling good. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His nomological divine ability had been broken by the other party. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the attack in Lin Xian's eyes produced a golden blade of light. It carried an indomitable aura as it slashed forward. At the same time, he used his ocular technique, Spring and Autumn Lock. The middle-aged man was hit by the soul attack. His head trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it! He hurriedly defended and retreated frantically, trying to pull away. Little White! Lin Xian roared angrily. Little White appeared out of thin air and slapped the other party's head. The other party immediately fainted. It was an ocular technique attack. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a dragon shadow and rushed over. With a valiant posture, it directly pierced through the other party. Miserable cries rang out once again. Everyone had gone crazy.
He was injured again.
This time, the other party did not use that strange flame, but he still injured a fifth firmament sage. Moreover, it was too fast. They were already locked in a fierce battle, but was the outcome of the battle already about to be decided?
Ah!
The middle-aged man screamed, his body trembling with anger. Go to hell. He was pierced by the spear, but he wanted to fight for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian shot out a ball of flame. Do you think I don't have this kind of flame? He shot out the flame. Damn it. The middle-aged man originally wanted to fight for his life, but after seeing the flame, he was scared out of his wits and immediately retreated. He even forcefully shattered his body to escape. Haha! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. This was not the starry sky flame, but the Nine Suns' divine flame. However, the other party had been injured by the starry sky flame before and had long become a frightened bird. Now that he saw the flame, he was instinctively afraid. This was the effect he wanted. A fifth firmament sage was nothing more than this. Lin Xian attacked again. Ocular technique, Saint Artifact, Great Dragon Sword Soul, and Stellar Transposition allowed him to suppress the other party. In the end, the sage was directly scattered and crippled by him. He was completely suppressed by him. The remaining 3 people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Who is this kid? Chapter 30, 694. Lin Xian let out a long roar. I'll help you. He went to help Xinjingqiu. Xinjingqiu was currently using her spiritual body to increase her cultivation. With the help of the 2 great sage artifacts and the snow-white monkey, it wasn't too dangerous for her to fight a 5th heavenly layer sage. With the support of Lin Xian, the 2nd sage was quickly suppressed. The other 2 sages turned and fled when they saw the scene. These 2 young men were simply monsters. The people of Peerless City chased after them with all their might. Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu joined hands, and finally, the 4 5th heavenly layer sages were all suppressed. The 2 people of Peerless City felt that it was inconceivable. They looked at Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu with strange eyes. Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. He began to search through the 4 people's storage rings and magical treasures. The 4 sages of Thunder God City were about to vomit blood. They had never seen such a robber. Moreover, the other party was a young genius. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? The people of Peerless City were all smiles. They had picked up a treasure. This Lin Xian was really a genius. But soon, they stopped smiling and frowned. The situation was very dangerous. Although they had won, they guessed that the situation at Eastern Spirit Mountain must be very tragic. There were too many small saints in Thunder God City. It was difficult for them to deal with them. Couldn't they provide support? Xinjingqiu asked. If we can provide support, so can Thunder God City. After all, they have a rich foundation. Moreover, Eastern Spirit World had a certain limit. It was impossible to provide support without limit. The other forces would also not agree. At Eastern Spirit Mountain, The battle was unusually fierce. The people of Peerless City were completely suppressed. Many of them were even injured. The people of Thunder God City were very ferocious. They vented all the anger in their hearts on this battle. At this moment of crisis, a figure descended from the sky. Thunder God City, are you bullying Peerless City? Accompanying this was a loud and clear voice. The people from Peerless City raised their heads and revealed joyful smiles. The people from the Thunder God City also looked over. Very soon, they were stunned because they discovered that only one person had come. Did he think that he could contend against them with just one person? He was truly courting death. Is there really no one else in Peerless City? Only one person was sent to reinforce them. Thunder God City's side was filled with disdain. The surrounding onlookers were also completely stunned. Heavens, what's going on? Could it be that what Lei Shinqing said was true? Was Peerless City going to be completely defeated? I alone am enough. The person who landed said in a deep voice. His eyes were shining with confidence. Hongya, be careful. The sages of Peerless City gathered around. The newcomer was a young man, Fu Hongya. As soon as he arrived, he walked out with a red maple leaf in his hand. On the red maple leaf, a terrifying flame flickered and danced. The red leaf flew out, soared into the sky, and slashed forward.
He was courting death.
On the other side, the people from Peerless City were enraged. A mere youngster dared to make a move against them? He was courting death.
Kill.
A middle-aged man sneered and struck out a terrifying thunder. It turned into a long river and slashed down from the sky, trying to cut off the red maple leaf.
Boom. Boom.
The onlookers were all experts. Although their eyes couldn't see it, their souls could clearly see it.
Boom.
Through the perception of their souls, they could see that the lightning river had been cut in half. Although the red maple leaf wasn't big, it was incomparable. In an instant, it arrived in front of the middle-aged sage. Then, the flames on the red maple leaf danced, forming a huge fire that enveloped the sage.
Ah!
A miserable cry was heard. The monstrous fire burned the sage, making him look extremely miserable. One move and a sage was injured. Everyone was going crazy. This young man was too terrifying. On the other side, they rushed over again. This time, there were two of them. Fu Hongya struck out another 2 red leaves. One of them had a long sword drawn on it, and the other had a long saber drawn on it. The saber and sword were struck out at the same time.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The 2 sages vomited blood and were sent flying. This scene was really too shocking. Everyone couldn't believe it. This young man was too terrifying. Each leaf could injure a saint. Just who was this person? Damn it, who are you? The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. The man in white said proudly, I'm Fu Hongya.
What?
It's you. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know the name
Fu Hongya.
He was the top genius of Wushuang City, the eldest disciple of the 2nd generation. His strength was so strong that it made people look askance. You're Fu Hongya. An old man stood out. Kid, go away quickly and let your elders do it. You're not strong enough. This old man was a minor saint. Fu Hongya was powerful, but it seemed that he didn't take him seriously. There's no need for the elders to do it. Fu Hongya's eyes were filled with strong confidence. So, what if the opponent was a minor saint? He really didn't take him seriously. You're courting death. The old man was angry. A dignified minor saint was being looked down on by a junior? Fine. I'll see how powerful the top disciple of Wushuang City is.
Buzz.
Heaven and earth trembled, and thunder rumbled. The minor saint made his move. He formed a seal with both hands and formed the thunder god's wings, which swept over. It was like 2 heavenly blades that could destroy heaven and earth. This was a powerful divine ability of the thunder god. At this moment, when it was used by a minor saint, it made everyone's scalp tingle, as if they were going to be cut in half. In the face of such a terrifying divine ability, Fu Hongya was fearless. His black technique was flamboyant, and his white clothes were dazzling. He was abnormally calm like a fiend god. With a snap of his fingers, another red leaf appeared in his hand. There was a moon drawn on the red leaf. The red leaf flew out and faced the attack. The moon soared into the sky. It was like a sacred moon on the sea. This was a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which shocked everyone. The terrifying moon spun in the sky like a millstone that could destroy the world, directly crushing the thunder god's wings. The two divine abilities collided in heaven and earth. Terrifying energy filled every inch of space. Everyone retreated crazily. It was too terrifying. The moon shattered the thunder god's wings. The old man was shocked. Impossible. The others also went crazy. Fu Hongya was too strong. He could even suppress a minor saint. Go to hell. The minor saint rushed forward. Fu Hongya also roared and charged forward. The red leaf in his hand kept attacking. Every time, it was accompanied by a powerful divine ability. Suddenly, a red leaf shot out and froze the minor saint in midair. Damn it! Confinement red leaf.
Break.
The old man kept attacking the void, trying to break free. In the sky, another 2 red leaves came at him. They turned into 2 giant dragons and attacked his body. The old man vomited blood and was sent flying backward with a frightened expression. The others were also in an uproar. Chapter 30, 695. Fu Hongya was really too strong. Was he the top genius of Wushuang City? He was too terrifying. Those experts of the older generation were extremely terrified. Could it be that Fu Hongya was also a minor saint? No one dared to imagine, because it was too unbelievable. Fu Hongya said, "Thunder God City, do you think there's no one in Wushuang City?" He directly charged over. "You're courting death." In addition, the people of Thunder God City were also furious. They joined forces to take him down. A great battle broke out again, but this time, with Fu Hongya's participation, they were really powerful to the extreme. Not long after, another minor saint was injured. The people of Thunder God City quickly retreated. The people of Wushuang City charged over, especially Fu Hongya, who took the lead. Not long after, the third minor saint was injured, and the rest of the saints fled back to their own mountains. However, it was not over yet. Fu Hongya went straight to the mountain and killed in all directions. It was simply too unbelievable. Everyone went crazy. He killed his way to the enemy's stronghold alone. Moreover, he had swept through all 4 directions. He was simply a demon king. The people of Wushuang City were extremely excited. Their Fu Hongya usually looked as gentle as a jade, but when he really fought, he was really crazy to the extreme. A great battle broke out. The law above Thunder God City's stronghold spread, and heaven and earth trembled. It was a terrifying scene of destruction. However, not long after, the entire mountain lit up with countless formations. The mountain peak was sealed. Oh no, they're going to seal the mountain. They must be preparing to summon people to attack Fu Hongya. The people of Wushuang City were also furious. They quickly attacked the formation. However, the formation this time was not so easy to break. For a moment, they were extremely anxious. They could only prepare to ask for help again. The others also felt their scalps tingle. It was over. Fu Hongya was sealed inside.
She was in danger now.
Yes, no matter how strong Fu Hongya was, he was only one person. He killed his way into the enemy's stronghold alone, and was now sealed by them. If Thunder God City summoned more experts from the Saint City, Fu Hongya would definitely be in danger. For a moment, everyone on Dongling Mountain was talking about it. Outside Dongling Mountain, Lin Xian and the others had subdued 4 people from Thunder God City. At this moment, a sage from Peerless City received news of the array formation. Great, our people are here. The people from Thunder God City were defeated.
Defeated?
We can go back now. These people rose into the air, ready to return. Not long after, They returned to Dongling Mountain. But as soon as they went up the mountain, they felt that the atmosphere was not right. There were discussions everywhere, and from the looks of it, one of the mountain peaks had been completely sealed. What's going on? They hurried back. The elders of Wushuang City said, "Oh no, Hong Yu was locked inside. What's going on? Wasn't the crisis already over?" Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu were also surprised. Even the two sages who were following him were equally puzzled. Fu Hongya had come and wounded 3 minor saints on her own. Furthermore, she had slaughtered her way through the enemy's forces. The attack directly hit the mountain peak of the other party, sweeping across a large area. However, these people from the Thunder God City were truly too despicable. They actually sealed the mountain. And from the looks of it, Hong Yu was trapped inside. Those people must have summoned some strong cultivators. Fu Hongya was in danger. Hearing this, Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian were completely stunned. What? Could it be that Fu Hongya was the only one who came? Lin Xian was even more shocked. He had seen Fu Hongya before. Naturally, he knew that she was the eldest disciple of the second generation. But he did not expect Fu Hongya to be so powerful that she could injure 3 minor saints on her own. Moreover, she had slaughtered her way to the enemy's stronghold. How powerful was that? But now she was trapped. No, senior brother Hong Yi is in danger. We have to go and save him. Lin Xian was anxious. The elders also said that we are also preparing to recruit more people, but it will take some time. Moreover, we are also breaking the formation now. Once the formation is broken, we can kill our way in, and Fu Hongya can come out. Not good, elders. Our formation has been destroyed. At this moment, an anxious voice came from a mountain peak in the distance. What? The expressions of the elders of Wushuang City instantly changed. Someone has destroyed our formation. Who is it? I don't know. It should be the people of Thunder God City, who did it secretly. Now, our people can't teleport here. This time, the expressions of Lin Xian and the others completely changed. This was terrible news. If that was the case, Fu Hongya would be in great danger. Damn it, let's fight it out. Let's kill them. The eyes of the elders turned red. Fu Hongya was too important to Wushuang City. They could not afford to lose her. Elders, you guys break the formation. I'll go outside and look for something that might be of help. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, "This matter started because of him."
He could not just stand by and watch.
What are you looking for? The elders of Wushuang City asked. Lin Xian said, "Let's not talk about this first. I'll try first. You guys should hurry up and break the formation. Chou, you stay here. I'll give you the Heavenly Luo umbrella and the Great Destruction Spear. You can break the formation together. Brother Lin, what about you? You don't have any sacred weapons." Shen Jingqiu was worried. "Don't worry, I'll stay with Little White. I still have the Soul Fixation Pearl and other trump cards." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he rushed into the sky. He was indeed going to do something. He was going to look for something. Lin Xian had 2 killer saint bees in his hands. The thing he was going to look for was the nest of the killer saint bees. In other words, a beehive. If he could get the Peak King, there would be countless killer saint bees. If he could get this thing and throw it on the mountain peak of Thunder God City, then it would be enough. Of course, this matter was very difficult to do. It could even be said to be impossible. However, Lin Xian still planned to give it a try. He took out the black earth from the Great Sage Pagoda. At this moment, the black earth had completely evolved into a sacred weapon. Its power had greatly increased. The black earth turned into a flash of light. Its speed was extremely fast. The speed of a saint artifact spirit boat was truly incomparable. The starry sky fire was exhausted. Otherwise, Lin Xian could use the starry sky fire to tear open the seal and kill his way to the mountain peak. By controlling the 2 killer saint bees in his hands, Lin Xian finally understood where their nest was. After flying all the way, he finally arrived in the vicinity. Lin Xian saw through the heavenly secret god eyes that this area was basically filled with killer saint bees. They covered the sky and the earth. It was very terrifying. He took a deep breath. Damn it, there were so many killer saint bees. Even he did not dare to take this risk. He could not subdue them one by one. He guessed that although the killer saint bees were powerful, they were bees after all. Since they were bees, they followed the same rules. In other words, there was a queen bee in the hive.
It was the queen bee.
If he could control the Peak King, the other killer saint bees would all listen to his orders. Thinking of this, Lin Xian decided to take a gamble. Chapter 30, 696. Sitting in the black earthly, he sent his soul out of his body and his heavenly fate god eyes into the killer wasp. Lin Xian had taken over the body of the killer wasp. Is not equal to he wanted to use the killer wasp to sneak into the hive and control the wasp king. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The controlled killer saint bee took off with the wind and quickly flew into this area. Very good, no one was paying attention to it. Lin Xian successfully entered the hive. The killer wasp needed to provide food, so Lin Xian had already prepared the top-grade flower pollen. He wanted to hand over the food. Sure enough, he got the chance. When it came in front of him, Lin Xian's heart was in his mouth. The killer bee queen's body was huge. It was like a person. The other killer wasp kings were only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. When the killer wasp king was absorbing the pollen, Lin Xian finally exploded. His heavenly secret divine eyes, along with his powerful soul power, launched his strongest attack.
Boom.
The killer wasp king was enraged. With a roar, the entire hive shook violently. Thousands of killer wasp kings outside rushed in crazily. Their eyes were red. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. If he failed, he would be torn to pieces by these killer wasp kings. But fortunately, his physical body was not here. Only his soul had entered. His soul had already entered the killer wasp king's body. When the killer wasp kings entered, they could only see the irritable killer wasp king. They could not find anyone. Their faces were full of doubts. Lin Xian was in the killer wasp king's mind. He was trying to take over the killer wasp king's body. If he succeeded, he would have an army of killer wasp kings. However, this was obviously impossible. The killer wasp king was very powerful. Although it was attacked by Lin Xian, it was impossible to completely take over the killer wasp king's body. Lin Xian could only take a step back. Then, he could only temporarily suppress the killer wasp king's soul. The killer wasp king would listen to his orders temporarily. This way, it would be much easier. However, it was only easier than taking over the body. It was truly thrilling to the extreme. If he wasn't careful, it was very likely that his soul would be destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul spirit was strong, and this time, he had brought along the heavenly secret god eyes. Therefore, after expending all of his soul and using his eye technique, he finally managed to suppress the queen bee's soul. The soul of the queen bee fell into a deep slumber. He finally succeeded. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his heavenly fate god eyes had dimmed. Lin Xian was also extremely weak. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his eye technique for the time being. However, he was overjoyed. His heavenly secret divine eyes were only weakened, but not injured. He was now in control of the queen bee. Soon, there were fluctuations. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that the pollen doesn't suit my taste. Lin Xian released a spiritual fluctuation, and the surrounding killer saint bees instantly calmed down. He gave the order again. Gather everyone and enter the beehive. Follow me to attack the enemy. Great queen bee, what enemy? The killer saint bees were all stunned. A few of them were obviously elder-level bees. Their faces were full of shock. The queen bee said, "The pollen this time was poisonous." What poison? Those killer saint bees were completely enraged. Their eyes turned red again. Who was it that wanted to poison their queen bee? In an instant, they stared at the little bee. It was the one that carried Lin Xian's soul. However, Lin Xian's soul had already left. That little bee was a puppet. At this moment, it felt an incomparably powerful saint aura. It trembled, and its body cracked. Lin Xian continued. It's already under my control. I've also searched its soul and found out that the mastermind is actually someone from Thunder God City. They actually wanted to frame me. Since that's the case, we have to teach them a lesson. What? It's actually Thunder God Cities. Those elders who were killing the killer saint bees were also stunned. This was a saint city. So what? Another elder said. They've gone too far. Do they really think that we're easy to deal with? Moreover, this was the East Spirit world, not their Thunder God City. Queen Bee, don't worry. We'll gather everyone and kill them all. Soon, sound waves spread out, and all the killer saint bees returned to the hive. The entire hive soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, rushing outside. Whitey drove the black earth and slowly followed from afar. Two streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew towards East Spirit Mountain. At this moment, everyone on East Spirit Mountain was in an uproar. The people from Peerless City had already started attacking the mountain, triggering countless laws. Heaven and earth were shattered. It seemed that Peerless City had really gone crazy. Of course, Fu Hongya was very important. They didn't need to tell them how he was doing now. He was probably in danger. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat so many experts from Thunder God City. It was very likely that he was seriously injured and captured. Everyone was discussing fiercely. They hadn't seen such a scene for hundreds of years. They didn't expect to see it today. Suddenly, someone screamed. Look, what's that? They all turned their heads to look and saw that in the distance, there was a stream of light coming over, accompanied by a loud sound. It was like thunder, very dull. Are those dark clouds? No. Damn it, those are bees. Someone screamed. What, bees? Everyone's eyes shone with a cold light as they looked into the distance. In the next moment, their scalps went numb. Killer bees. These are killer saint bees. In the sky, there was more than one. There were tens of thousands of them. Damn it. Don't tell me they're out in full force?
What?
Everyone on East Spirit Mountain went crazy. How is that possible? What happened to these killer saint bees? One had to know that the killer saint bees were extremely terrifying existences in the East Spirit world. No one dared to provoke them in the area they were in. Even some powerful beasts didn't dare to set foot in their territory. When these bees went crazy, they would kill anything in their way. Usually, everyone was in awe of the killer saint bees, so they had always been peaceful. However, they didn't expect the killer saint bees to come out in full force this time. What are they trying to do by coming to East Spirit Mountain? East Spirit Mountain is the territory of the human race? Why are these beasts attacking the human race? Everyone screamed crazily and ran away. Some even picked up their weapons to defend themselves. Some people's bodies were filled with laws as they turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. In short, they didn't dare to stay. The people of Peerless City were also stunned. It wasn't a good thing for the killer saint bees to come out in full force at this time. They didn't have much energy to care about these things now. Elder, what should we do? Should we run? The people of Peerless City were pale. Although they were the experts of Sacred City, they couldn't resist so many killer saint bees. Chapter 30, 697. The elders of Peerless City had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, are these demonic beasts crazy? Why did they come at this time? They couldn't escape. Hong Yi was still inside. They had to break the array to get Hong Yi out. These people continued to stay here and attack the array. Under their intense attacks, cracks had already appeared in many places, and the array would soon shatter. However, their faces soon turned ugly as they realized that a swarm of killer saint bees was heading in their direction. Damn it, they wouldn't be attacking us, right? The people of Peerless City kept retreating. Xinjingqiu was also worried. How is Brother Lin? Is there any danger outside? She had the heavenly luo umbrella above her head and the great destruction spear in her hand. Qiu, don't be afraid. It's me. At this moment, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qiu. Xinjingqiu was stunned when she heard it. Then she started to look around. Qiu, don't look around. These killer saint bees were brought by me. They won't attack you. Hurry up and tell the elders. After Xinjingqiu heard it, she quickly whispered, Elders, they are here to help us. Don't worry. The elders were shocked and uncertain. It's true. Xinjingqiu said that Brother Lin was the one who brought them.
What?
Lin Wudi? That brat. How could he have such ability? These people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. However, they realized that when the killer saint bees came near, they didn't attack them. Instead, they attacked the array frantically. They heaved a sigh of relief.
Great.
They are here to help us. Those killer saint bees had red eyes. As they attacked the array, they emitted a terrifying soul fluctuation. Damn Thunder God Chung. How dare you frame our killer saint bees? We will fight you to the death. We will take down Thunder God City and make them pay a painful price. A terrifying soul fluctuation resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? How did Thunder God City provoke this group of bees? The people of Peerless City laughed. Haha. The heavens are helping us. Thunder God City, let's see how you'll die this time. Thunder God Mountain. Because this mountain was the stronghold of Thunder God City, it was named Thunder God Mountain. At this moment, there were countless thunder gods in the mountains. Lightning crackled around their bodies as though they were a group of thunder gods, surrounding a single figure tightly. They surrounded Fu Hongya tightly. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. They were so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. At this moment, there were already many injured figures on the ground. Blood had dyed the mountain red. To be honest, they were incomparably furious and felt humiliated, because no one had ever dared to attack their stronghold. Now, he was the first one. Furthermore, he was beaten up by a single person. What was even more detestable was that this person was not an expert of the older generation. He was just a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City. The formation flashed, and even more Thunder God Realm experts appeared. They surrounded Fu Hongya and sneered. I admit that you're strong, but you're too arrogant. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. No matter how strong you are not a match for us. The newly arrived saints were brimming with killing intent. They were indeed angry. If their reinforcements were not in place, the entire mountain would probably be taken down by the other party. Although Fu Hongya was surrounded by so many experts, he was not afraid at all. He stood there with his hands behind his back and looked in all directions. Reinforcements are here? So what? Let's see how you're going to fight me today. As he spoke, another red leaf appeared in his hand. Wherever he looked, those people were so frightened that their eyelids twitched. Although they were angry, they had to admit that this Fu Hongya was really too strong. A single leaf from the other party could transform into tens of millions of spells. It made their scalps tingle. Don't be afraid. He's just bluffing. He's definitely waiting for Wushuang City's reinforcements. Let me tell you the truth. Your Wushuang City's formation has already been destroyed by us. Besides, we've already sealed the mountain. Do you really think they can break in? So, today is the day you die. These people quickly surrounded him. Don't talk nonsense with him. Countless people attacked. Terrifying divine abilities covered the sky and earth as they controlled Fu Hongya to attack. Fu Hongya raised his head and roared. Behind him, the illusion of a huge maple tree appeared. The red leaves on the tree fluttered like the sunset. As it swayed, it brought with it a terrifying law. Fu Hongya attacked aggressively. Every leaf brought with it a flower of blood. There were saints who were constantly vomiting blood and were sent flying. Damn it! I don't believe he can withstand the force of 10,000 lightning bolts when we work together. The people of Thunder God City roared crazily. They combined to form a suppressive law. All the laws overlapped and attacked continuously. Fu Hongye's face turned pale, and he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were brighter. The red leaf in his hand was even more terrifying. At this moment, a shattering sound was heard between heaven and earth. It was as if a mirror had fallen to the ground. Then, the formation of the entire mountain range began to split apart. "Not good, our formation is broken." The people of Thunder God City screamed. "What are you afraid of? They can't send over the experts. At most, those people will come. If they come, we'll kill them all." The small saints of Thunder God City roared crazily. Their eyes were red. They must kill this Fu Hongye today. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Eastern Spirit Mountain. Previously, those warriors fled in panic because of the arrival of the killer Saint Bees. However, when they ran far away, they found that the killer Saint Bees didn't start a massacre. Instead, they attacked
Thunder God Mountain.
This made them breathe a sigh of relief. They quietly returned to take a look. Soon, they saw that the formation was broken and countless killer Saint Bees rushed in. Oh God, are these killer Saint Bees helping Wushuang City? These people were stunned. Let's see what's going on. They raised their heads and looked over. At the next moment, they saw that on the mountain peak, there were so many experts of Thunder God City besieging a person. It was a person in white clothes. Although his body was stained with blood and his shoulder was injured, his eyes were incomparably bright. Moreover, every time he attacked, a saint would fall. There were many corpses under his feet. The entire mountain peak was dyed red. The killer Saint Bee was still fighting. He was not dead yet. Instead, he became more and more courageous as he fought. Everyone went crazy. This was simply a miracle. This killer Saint Bee was really too powerful and terrifying. Thunder God City had kicked an iron plate this time. Yes, a killer Saint Bee was already so difficult to deal with, let alone a sky full of killer Saint Bees. Everyone was excited. The people of Thunder God City were disdainful at first. With so many experts rushing over. So, what if the other party broke the formation?
He was just coming to die.
However, when the formation was really broken, they were stunned. Because the first to enter wasn't the people of Wushuang City, but the sky full of killer Saint Bees. They were so dense that they covered the entire sky. These people all stopped and looked at the sky with a stunned expression. Chapter 30, 698. Even Fu Hongye stopped what he was doing. He raised his head to look at the sky with a strange expression in his eyes. Killer bees? And there are so many of them. What's going on? Are these killer bees trying to start a war with the humans? At this moment, a killer bee elder in the sky said coldly, "Thunder God City, despicable and shameless. You want to use poison to harm our king. Today, we will fight you to the death. Everyone listen to my order and attack the people of Thunder God City." As the cold voice fell, the eyes of the killer Saint Bees turned red. As if they had gone mad, they turned into streams of golden light and began to attack. The people of Thunder God City below screamed. Many of them were pierced, and some of them were poisoned. They were in a miserable state. This scene was like hell on earth. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they went crazy. God, this is too unbelievable. These killer bees are really attacking Thunder God City. Fu Hongye was stunned. What's going on? At this moment, he received a voice transmission. "Senior Brother Hongye, I'm Lin Wudi. These killer bees are summoned by me. Hurry, let's go. I can't control the killer bee king for too long." The killer bee king was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Lin Wudi. So, it's him. He understood. With a long roar, he rushed through the crowd and tore the void apart.
He flew down the mountain.
The people of Wushuang City were waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Lin Xian continued to control the Killer Bee King and gave out orders. The war between the Killer Bees and Thunder God City began. The sages of Thunder God City were all attacked. Many of them were stung until their heads were full of bumps.
These were not ordinary bees.
Every one of them could pierce through their bodies. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Moreover, their foundation might be damaged. Of course, there were also many killer bees that died. In short, both sides were in a frenzy. In the end, the people of Thunder God City couldn't hold on anymore. At first, they wanted to call for more reinforcements to help them. However, they realized that although the reinforcements had arrived, they had angered the killer bees. Therefore, they could only change their strategy. Run. Use the teleportation array to leave. Ka ka ka. These people took the teleportation array and wanted to leave. But at this moment, the teleportation array let out a cracking sound as cracks appeared. There was a missing material in the formation, and there was a gap.
Who was it?
Who dares to destroy our array formation? These people were in despair. Without the array formation, they would not be able to teleport away. What would be waiting for them next? This was the crazy revenge of killing the Saint Wasp. They didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In their panic, they saw a little white monkey holding a corner of the array formation and traversing through the void.
Damned hosey.
Give me back my formation. Motherfucker, I won't rest until you die. I swear that from now on, I will only eat monkey meat. These people screamed crazily, but there was nothing they could do. The little white monkey was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the formation, there was no way to teleport. Their fates would be extremely miserable. Sure enough, these people from the Thunder God City instantly received a counterattack. Since there was no way out, the eyes of these people from the Thunder God City had turned red from the killing. Each and every one of them were roaring as if they had gone crazy.
Kill.
They clashed with the killer Saint Bees. After another half a day, Lin Xian finally couldn't control it anymore. He felt that the soul of the Wasp King was recovering. He gradually couldn't suppress it and sighed. He knew that it was time to leave. Lin Xian's soul rose into the sky and left the Wasp King's body. Then he flew down the mountain. His speed was extremely fast. In almost an instant, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, those people from Wushuang City were anxiously waiting. Especially Xinjingqiu, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety. Finally, she saw Lin Xian's soul flying back. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Big Brother Lin here. She waved her hand to greet him. Lin Xian entered the black earth and fused his soul with his body. In the next moment, he walked out. Let's go. This is not the place to talk. After my soul leaves, the Wasp King's soul will soon awaken. At that time, he will definitely be exposed. Lin Xian called a group of people and quickly left. They returned to Wushuang City's stronghold. But, sure enough, not long after they arrived, an earth-shattering roar came from the Thunder God Mountain. A terrifying aura spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was terrified. The Wasp King woke up. But when he woke up, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Shouldn't he be in the hive absorbing pollen to cultivate? Why did he come to the Thunder God Mountain? And there was a huge battle? His descendants and subordinates beside him.
Why did so many of them die?
Stop right there. The Wasp King kept roaring. The people from the Saint Wasp King's side quickly stopped and instantly gathered beside the Wasp King. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City also stopped. Their faces were cold, and everyone was injured. They also gathered together and confronted the Wasp King. You killed the Saint Wasp King. Do you really want to fight to the death with our Thunder God City? Don't forget, our Thunder God City is the sacred city. If you provoke us and we send out a super saint, you won't be able to bear it. Do you think we're afraid of you? This is the Eastern Spirit Staircase, our territory. Those Saint Wasp Kings are also full of killing intent. The Wasp King didn't say anything. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he remembered that his soul had fallen into a deep sleep. Moreover, it was when he was eating the pollen. Damn it, he was ambushed by someone. Moreover, he was tricked. This made him roar in his heart.
Who was it?
Who was using him? He was extremely angry. This time, they had also suffered heavy losses in attacking the Thunder God Mountain. There were many corpses on the ground. He wanted to find the culprit like crazy and tear him into pieces. But when he thought of the possibility that there was another sacred city behind this, he hesitated. If they were to fight again at this time, their losses would be even greater. At that time, they would anger the two sacred cities. Even if they were heaven and earth variants and were powerful and fierce, they couldn't bear such consequences. Therefore, he could only suffer this loss. Moreover, he couldn't tell anyone. Otherwise, as a king, it would be shameful for him to be ambushed by someone else. This matter ends here. Both sides can't fight anymore. The Wasp King gave the order and left with the Saint Wasp Kings. Those people from the Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. What the fuck? Ridiculous. They didn't provoke this group of Saint Wasp Kings at all. But such a big battle happened for no reason. Could it be that it was Wushuang City's ghost? It was very possible. Damn it, when did this group of Saint Wasp Kings ally with Wushuang City? When they thought of Wushuang City, these people from the Thunder God City gnashed their teeth in anger. Their losses this time were really too heavy. A single Fu Hongya was enough to make them badly battered. On top of that, the attack from the Saint Wasp Kings really made them suffer heavy losses. Damn it, this matter can't be let go like this. Repair the array formation. We will definitely take revenge for this. These people's eyes were red as they started to repair the formation. Chapter 30, 699. On the other side, laughter could be heard from Wushuang Mountain. That's great. The people from Peerless City were incomparably excited. Although they also suffered losses this time compared to Lei Shuncheng, it was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, it was all thanks to two people. One of them was Fu Hongya. If it wasn't for him, they would have been seriously injured. The other was Lin Xian. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, the situation would have been worse. Junior brother, thank you so much. Fu Hongya smiled as well. He was very satisfied with this junior brother of his. Lin Xian smiled. Senior brother, you're too polite. I came here to join Wushuang City. In the future, I'll be in the same sect as everyone. Oh right, we haven't completed the third mission yet. Suddenly, Lin Xian thought of something. Shin Jingqiu said too. Yeah. The array is broken. Can we still go back? Don't worry, we've been repairing the array. It'll be done soon. Even if we can't fix it, we can testify that you two came here first. Wushuang City's array was discovered in time. Therefore, it was easier to fix it. It was done in a day. Thunder God City might have to put in some effort. What Whitey stole was the core of the array. It wouldn't be easy to fix it. Let's go. Fu Hongya stood on the array. He called out to Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu. The three of them took the array and left. When they appeared, they were already back in Wushuang City. Senior brother Fu, how was it? In Wushuang City, the martial artists from Wushuang City were also very anxious. Previously, they had received a call for help from Dongling Mountain. Later, they realized that they couldn't teleport. They thought that the array there was broken. They were very anxious. Fortunately, Fu Hongya came back at this time. The matter has been resolved. Fu Hongya said, "All right, these two fellows are here for the third mission. Because of some matters in our stronghold, they should have arrived 5 days ago. Record this down. I can bear witness to this." Yes, senior brother, we understand. The disciples of Wushuang City quickly recorded it. At the same time, they said, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the third stage. Go and rest first. I'll make the announcement after the third stage is over. However, I am here to congratulate the two of you on passing the test and becoming disciples of our Wushuang City." Although the third test was determined based on time, there was still a time limit. That would be 1 month. If they couldn't come out after a month, they would be eliminated. At that time, they would go in and bring those people back safely. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu cupped their fists, and then they went to rest in a nearby palace. The two of them sat down and began to recover. In the following days, the two of them were very relaxed. From the time the two of them entered the third stage until they came out, it took a total of 15 days, which was half a month's time. Actually, the two of them could have come out in 10 days, but because of the previous battle, they were delayed for 5 days. Even so, he was still the first to come out. Of course, Xin Jingqiu knew that it was because of Lin Xian's help. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to come out so quickly. Moreover, Lin Xian was her husband. She naturally wanted to help Lin Xian become the first. After another 5 days, which was the 20th day, another figure appeared. The person who appeared was Shui Tianchen. After he came out, he realized that there was no one around, and he was very excited. That's great. Could it be that he was the first? Because he didn't see Di Ling, nor did he see Lin Xian. After him, it was Shi Bufan and Wang Xiaofeng. They didn't take long to come out, they all came out within a day. Shi Bufan saw that Shui Tianchen came out before him, and he frowned. Damn it, did this person surpass him? This made him a little unhappy. Wang Xiaofeng was very excited because she liked Shui Tianchen very much. She looked around and saw that it was only Shui Tianchen. She exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the first? I don't know. But when I came, I didn't see anyone else." Shui Tianchen's voice was trembling, because he was too excited. If he could become the first in the third round, it would be an unparalleled glory. Really? Wang Xiaofeng was also very happy. Shi Bufan frowned. It shouldn't be. Where's Di Ling? Where's Lin Wudi? Did they not appear?
To be honest,
these two people were stronger than them. Shui Tianchen also said that maybe the two of them met inside and had a big battle. Indeed, Di Ling had always been hostile towards Lin Xian. They knew this, and there was also Yu Qinya. Perhaps a world-shaking battle had broken out, and both sides had been injured. Therefore, the speed of collecting the East Spirit Stones slowed down. If that was really the case, then they were really lucky.
You guys come with me to rest.
With Wu Shuangcheng leading the way, Shui Tianchen and the others were very excited. They came to a palace nearby. When they opened the door and entered the palace, they were stunned,
because they saw two people inside.
They were very surprised to see Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu. Shui Tianchen's face instantly turned ugly. He thought he was the first, but he didn't expect it to be so. Because someone obviously came earlier than them, and it seemed like it wasn't just 1 or 2 days earlier. Lin Wudi was here. Then would Di Ling be far away? He looked around, but he found that there was only Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu in the palace. There was no one else. Just the two of you? Wang Xiaofeng also asked in disbelief. Xin Jingqiu nodded. Yes, it's just the two of us. Brother Lin was the first to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng and the other two sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was the first again? It was unbelievable. It seemed like Xin Jingqiu was the second. Then what about Di Ling? Where was Di Ling? Could it be that he hasn't come out yet? They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said, I don't know where that guy is. Anyway, I haven't seen him yet. It was unbelievable. Shui Tianchen and the others were stunned. Di Ling didn't come out again, and he came after them. Could it be that there was an accident inside? They didn't know. Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Bufan, and the others were shocked. Shui Tianchen smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, third place wasn't bad. Because under normal circumstances, if Di Ling and Guili both participated, he might not be able to get third place. But unexpectedly, Di Ling didn't come out this time, and Guili didn't participate at all. Of course, there was Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu, these two dark horses. Especially Lin Wudi, he was first in 2 rounds. It seemed that he was also first in the third round. First in 3 rounds, then he would definitely be first in the final round. He would be their chief disciple in the future. Chapter 3700. Shui Tianchen and Bufan couldn't believe it. All this time, they had thought that Di Ling would become the chief disciple, or if there was an accident, it would be ghostly. But they didn't expect it to be neither of them. It was a newcomer who had just risen. As a woman, Wang Xiaofeng was more meticulous. She knew that it had become a reality and it couldn't be changed. So she came to Shui Tianchen and said, Shui, we have to change our attitude. We will be disciples of Wushuang City in the future. Then Lin Wudi will be the head disciple. We have to have a good relationship with him. At least we can't be enemies with him. Shui Tianchen nodded. Don't worry, Sister Feng, I know. He wasn't a fool. Besides, Lin Wudi had won first place with his strength. He didn't dare to have any hostility. Bufan was the same. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover. In the following days, more and more people came. More and more people came, but they still couldn't see Di Ling's figure. They couldn't believe it. Did something really happen to Di Ling inside? And there was another person who didn't come out. That was Yu Qianya. Yu Qianya was also one of the 8 great prodigies. He was very strong and had recently broken through. Di Ling didn't come out. Could it be? They looked at Lin Wudi. Was there a battle between them? Lin Wudi won? Or was he attacked by a demon overlord inside? Of the 2 outcomes, they were more inclined towards the second one. Because they couldn't believe that Lin Wudi could resist the joint attack of Di Ling and Yu Qianya. Even with Shen Jingqiu, it would be a draw at most. But now, Di Ling and Yu Qianya's life and death were unknown. The others also noticed it and started discussing among themselves. Many of them looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Finally, a month's time was up. More than 3,000 people entered, but less than 500 people successfully passed. The others were all eliminated and were listed as honorary disciples. There were also some who felt their scalps go numb. Di Ling and Yu Qianya didn't come out? God, it was too unbelievable. They didn't even have honorary disciples. They were directly eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. They now knew that Di Ling and Yu Qianya were only able to enter because they received an additional condition, which was that if they succeeded, they could become disciples of the holy city. Once they failed, they would be eliminated and disqualified. It could be said that this was a great risk. However, no one believed that Di Ling and Yu Qianya would fail. Even if he couldn't get first place, it would be too easy for him to pass the 3rd stage.
But now?
Their minds were in a daze. These 2 people had actually been directly eliminated. Did this have anything to do with Lin Wudi? They didn't really know. In the following time, the people from Wushuang City began to teleport into the East Spirit World to search for those people. Everyone came back one after another. When they found out that they had been eliminated, they were all dejected. 3 days later, Di Ling returned. When everyone saw the Imperial Mausoleum, they couldn't believe it. At this moment, Di Ling's complexion was deathly pale. There was blood on his body, and his clothes were tattered. It was clear that he was seriously injured. What was going on? Why was the Imperial Mausoleum in such a sorry state? What exactly happened? They didn't expect that such a powerful Di Ling would be in such a sorry state. In Water Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng, Bufan, and the other Sky Prides were even more shocked. Indeed, something had happened inside. But what was it? Was he being chased by beasts? Previously, they thought that it was because of Lin Wudi, but Lin Wudi had already come out. Therefore, it should be because of beasts. At this thought, they heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Di Ling was unlucky to have met a powerful monster sage. Shen Jingqiu was also suspicious. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Others didn't know, but he naturally knew. This wasn't because of beasts, but because of Li Hongxiu. Back then, Di Ling didn't know what was good for him. He sneaked up on him and Li Hongxiu. Therefore, Li Hongxiu chased after him. Who was Li Hongxiu? She was able to leave calmly in front of the 3 grand demons and obtain the heavenly treasure. Her strength was definitely beyond expectations. She chased after Di Ling. How could Di Ling have a good time? Di Ling was probably lucky that he was still alive. After Di Ling came out, his face was gloomy. He looked around the hall and soon fixed his eyes on Lin Xian. The murderous aura on his body was about to explode. Everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian sneered. Di Ling no longer had the ability to compete with him. Di Ling had been eliminated. As for him, he was the first in 3 rounds and would become the 3rd generation's chief disciple. The difference in status between the two was like a chasm between heaven and earth. If Di Ling dared to attack, Wushuang City wouldn't agree. Sure enough, when the Wushuang City's martial artists felt the murderous aura of hostility towards Lin Xian, their faces darkened. One of them said coldly, "Di Ling, know your place. You are now a loser. Hurry up and recover. We will send you away when the time comes." These people's voices were cold. A loser, no matter how dazzling and talented he was in the past, they still wouldn't take him to heart. Damn it! Di Ling gritted his teeth. These people dared to treat him like this. He swore that he would make these people regret it. He retracted his gaze from Lin Xian. He knew that now wasn't the time to take action. However, he swore that one day he would personally trample on Di Ling and make him suffer a fate worse than death. After finding a place, Di Ling began to recover. More and more people were brought back. There were also some people who didn't return. It seemed like these people wouldn't be able to come back. Currently, most of them were found. Some of them were missing. It seemed like they had met with an accident. A Wushuang City's martial artist said in a deep voice, "You can start to recover now. 3 days later, I will send you away. As for those who haven't returned, our martial artists in Eastern Spirit Mountain will continue to investigate."
What?
The remaining people had met with an accident? Everyone was in an uproar. Shui Tiancheng and the others also took a deep breath. What about Yu Qinya? Yu Qinya hadn't returned either. Could it be that he had met with an accident? If that was really the case, then it was truly earth-shattering news. Yu Qinya was one of the 8 great geniuses and the young master of the Rain clan. His identity and status were extraordinary. The fact that he had been eliminated was already shocking enough. Now that he was missing, wouldn't it be even more shocking? The Rain clan probably couldn't take it and would go berserk. Many people present looked at Lin Xian. Because Yu Qinya and Lin Xian were enemies, some people even looked at Di Ling, wanting to ask if he knew the whereabouts of Yu Qinya. However, whether it was Di Ling or Lin Xian, they weren't to be trifled with. They didn't dare to ask. Some people also remembered that there was a piece of news in the Eastern spirit world about the despicable and shameless Yu Qinya. They didn't know what had happened to Yu Qinya. Chapter 30, 701. Some people guessed that he probably encountered a powerful demon saint and was killed directly. Only Lin Xian knew that the other party couldn't have come back because he killed him with his own hands. Of course, if he didn't say it, no one would know. 3 days passed slowly. At this moment, the final day had finally arrived. In the starry sky, the huge projection of the 9 heavens was still there, emitting a terrifying aura. There were many martial artists around. They were all waiting patiently at this moment. It should be about time.
Yes.
I've already received news that the final result will be out in a day or 2. These people were even more excited. Among them, many people had already begun to congratulate in advance. Spirit Sealing Star was crowded with people and carriages. Several elders of Spirit Sealing Star were surrounded in the center. Around them were the elders of other families or families. Congratulations, Taoist friends. Your D-Ling will definitely get first place this time. The chief disciple will definitely be yours. I hope that Taoist friends will help us in the future. I just got a piece of divine metal here. I hope that Taoist friends won't refuse. I have an ancient book here that records a powerful ability. I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. These people had already begun to give gifts. If they could get on the good side of Spirit Sealing Star at this time, they would be able to soar in the future. These elders of Spirit Sealing Star were flushed with joy and laughed loudly. Well said, well said. As for the gifts, they accepted all of them, because they were full of confidence. D-Ling would definitely get first place. Of course, it wasn't just them. For example, there were some powerful people around Demon's heart. After all, the representative of Demon this time was Ghostly. Even if he wasn't as good as D-Ling, he was definitely the second best. Regarding this, the people of Demon Star were also full of confidence. There was another place, and that was the Rain Clan. At this moment, the Rain Clan was very high-profile. Our young Master Chinya will definitely be able to enter the top 5. That was for sure. If he was lucky, he might even be able to enter the top 3. Everyone also saw Yu Chinya's performance. Although he was suppressed by others previously, his potential was unparalleled. For a time, many people also gathered on the Rain Clan side. I have an ancient book here. I hope that Taoist friends won't dislike it. This is my granddaughter. I'll give her to young Master Chinya as a concubine. She's very good at serving people. Everyone began to give him treasures, and some even gave him women. The elders of the Rain Clan were also extremely excited. Did they see that? This was the strength of their Rain Clan. Apart from the Spirit Sealing Star, the Fiend Star, and a few other powerful forces, who else would dare to contend against the Rain Clan? Don't worry, my Rain Clan will definitely remember you. The elders of the Rain Clan laughed heartily. He collected all the gifts. In addition, other families such as the Shui family, Bufon's family, and Wang Xiaofeng's family all received congratulatory gifts. The astrals were the same. At this moment, quite a few people from the spirit race had come as well. Naturally, there were also countless people who came to congratulate him. After all, Shunjingqiu had gotten second place in the first round. Presumably, the last 2 stages would also be very dazzling. The people of the Spirit Tribe were also very happy. If their Holy Maiden could enter Wushuang City, it would be a great help to the Spirit Tribe. With Qiu'er's talent, she would definitely be able to enter the top 5. She might even be able to enter the top 3. Yes, with her result in the first round, she might even be able to compete for the position of the chief disciple. The elders of the Spirit Tribe were beaming with joy. However, the others, such as Ling Lianhua and the others, were extremely jealous. Damn it, if the other party successfully entered the Holy City and obtained a top ranking, then from then on, they would be completely trampled under the other party's feet. They would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, they didn't dare to go against the other party now. Ling Lianhua's father's expression was also cold. At this moment, he suddenly said that the Holy Maiden had successfully entered the Holy City and had a heavenly talent. Her future husband must be chosen properly. Yes, didn't the rumors say that she had a husband before? I don't think that's true. Who is that kid? How could he be worthy of our Holy Maiden? When this topic was brought up, many people agreed. They also felt that a person from the first astral realm was worthy of the Holy Maiden. However, there were also some people who frowned.
They couldn't say that.
That Lin Wudi couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget that he obtained first place in the first round, and even broke the record. This also attracted the support of many people. They could see that Lin Wudi's talent was extremely good. His future achievements were limitless. Ling Lianhua's father sneered. So what? It's just the first round. There are many restrictions. Do you think that D-Ling will let him go in the second and third round? Comparing that kid and D-Ling, who's stronger and who's weaker, don't you know? He's indeed a genius, but what if he's crippled by D-Ling? Once these words were spoken, many elders became silent. Indeed, although Lin Wudi showed that he was a peerless genius, his current strength might not be strong. It was impossible for him to be stronger than Di Ling. If Di Ling were to make a move, there was a possibility that the other party would be defeated or even seriously injured. Seeing that everyone was silent, Ling Lianhua's father sneered. That's why that kid doesn't have any hope. He might even be eliminated. Don't forget that he not only provoked Di Ling, he also provoked the Rain clan. A smart person wouldn't provoke so many terrifying clans at the same time. Once these words were spoken, even those elders who had always supported Shen Jingqiu nodded. That's right, with Qiu Er's status and talent, she must marry the chief disciple. That's right, it's best if she can marry the second-generation disciple. For example, Fu Hongya. In this way, our spirit clan will definitely be worry-free for 10,000 years. Everyone, don't be so short-sighted. Not only Wushuang City, but holy cities can also form marriage alliances. For example, marrying peerless geniuses from other holy cities. In short, we have to make a good choice for the saintess. These people discussed fervently. At this moment, the old ancestor of the spirit clan said that this matter shouldn't be made public. Everything should wait until the final result is out. After all, he was an old fox who had lived for countless years. He had thought of all possibilities and naturally wouldn't say anything in advance. The others actually wanted to hug Lin Xian's thigh because Lin Xian's performance in the first round was indeed extraordinary. However, after looking around, they realized that Lin Xian seemed to be alone. He didn't belong to any force or sect. Hence, everyone could only give up. Such a genius wouldn't be able to achieve great things without a solid foundation and a solid backing. Look, there seems to be movement above the 9 levels of heaven. Someone exclaimed and countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a huge array flickering in the sky. It was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thanking users for their companionship is the longest confession. I'll always reward with you. Users scattered all over the ground. Wounded reward. User, Sunset Gift. User Moo Reward. User Whirlwind Reward. User Buy Reward. User Monthly Reward. User, Sunset Gift. User, Sunset Gift. User Baby May Reward. User, Sunset Gift. User Guangdao Reward. User I'm like this. Are you marrying me or not? User Chuan Reward. User Wenxiang Reward. User Sir Su Reward. Chapter 3702. After a long time, the light disappeared. Soon everyone saw it. They came out. They came out. That's right, they saw the disciples who were taking the test again as well as the people from Peerless City. They knew that the test was over. The final results were out. That was Water Sky City, right? So handsome. Countless people screamed. There was also Shirbufan. He was too heroic. Another group of people cried out in surprise. That was Shen Jingqiu, the holy maiden of the spirit race. Her beauty was unparalleled. Countless male martial artists screamed. To be able to marry such a person, their lives were worth it. Indeed, the current Shen Jingqiu was like a fairy, making countless people look up to her. Over at the Rain clan's side, their faces were gloomy. One of them even snorted coldly. This person's figure was graceful, but she wore a veil, so her face could not be seen. Actually, she was Yushirchia. It was just that because of the previous matter, she did not have the face to appear in front of everyone. Therefore, she could only bring a veil over. Originally, she was also a proud daughter of heaven, the pearl of the second star realm. Her limelight was not inferior to Shen Jingqiu's at all. But now, she could only cover her face and stand here unknown. As for the other party, he was once again dazzling, making countless people chase after him. This disparity was really too great. It made her unable to accept it at all. Don't worry, Shirchia. Let them be arrogant for a while. After Qianya comes out, it will be our Rain clan's turn to shine. Lin Wudi and Xinjingqiu cannot be compared to us at all. Those Rain clan elders were full of confidence. The other party was powerful, but so what? Their Yu Qianya was even more dazzling. Thinking of this, these Rain clan elders began to search. They wanted to find their young master Qianya, but after looking around, their expressions were stunned. What was going on? There was no young master Qianya? How was this possible? They carefully searched 3 times and discovered that there was no young master. Yu Shiqia's body trembled. Could it be that her brother failed? She could not accept this matter. The elders of the Rain clan were similarly unable to accept this. Even the surrounding families and sects that were sending gifts and the martial artists that wanted to hug Qin Yu's thigh were all stunned. What was going on? It couldn't be a mistake, right? How is this possible? The Rain clan elders hurriedly denied. Apart from our young master Qianya, Diling and Ghost Li did not come out. Could it be that you also suspect the Imperial Mausoleum? Everyone looked around and found that indeed, they didn't see Diling and Ghost Li thinking of this. They heaved a sigh of relief. Diling, that was absolutely impossible. Since Diling didn't appear, it meant that Yu Qianya and Diling were together. Perhaps he was an even more core disciple. It was possible that he would be chosen as the disciple of the Sage King. When these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. The eyes of the Rain clan's elders once again erupted with astonishing radiance. There was indeed such a possibility. Ha! They raised their heads and laughed. If they, Yu Qianya, became the Saint King's disciple, they wouldn't be able to compete with the holy maiden of the spirit race. They could easily trample the others under their feet. At the thought of this, the martial artists from the surrounding clans who were trying to cozy up to him became even more excited. This was a golden thigh, and they had to hold onto it tightly. On the other side, the people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were the same. They didn't see Ghost Li or D Mausoleum. However, they also guessed that he might be directly accepted as a disciple of the Sage King. They were extremely excited. In a short period of time, these 3 great powers caused countless people to raise their eyebrows and go crazy over them. Hurry up and hug the thighs of the 3 great clans. They all rushed over. The people from the spirit race frowned. It couldn't be. Could it be that he was really accepted as a disciple of the Sage King? Damn it, how could they be so lucky? There was no other way. D Mausoleum and Gue Li were too talented. They were the top 2 of the 8 great geniuses. But what did this Yu Qianya have? Damn it, could it be that he's more powerful than our holy maiden? These people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They couldn't accept this at all. At this time, the old ancestor of the spirit race said, "What are you all panicking for? Calm down and wait for the results to be announced." Although he said that, he was also nervous in his heart. If someone really became the disciple of the Sage King, their identity would be too dazzling. They would be able to compete with everyone else. All right, silence. At this time, an elder from Wushuang City came out and said loudly. His voice spread out in all directions. Everyone quieted down. Countless gazes looked up at the sky, waiting. After 3 rounds of examination, the final results were out. Now it was time to announce it. A total of 498 people passed the examination and became the disciples of Wushuang City. They will be the 3rd generation of disciples of Wushuang City. The rest will temporarily be in-name disciples. Once they pass the examination, they will become official disciples. Now, I will announce the official disciples. As he said that, the names were read out one by one, resounding through the sky. For those whose names were read out, a person in the sky stood out and looked around. Below, endless cheers and sounds of envy erupted. "Did you see that, my son? That's my son!" A middle-aged man roared to the sky, tears flowing down his face. The surrounding people were envious. "Congratulations, Patriarch Hai. Yes, the Hai family will soar into the sky from now on." The others were incomparably envious. "Ha ha ha, my grandson is really good." Someone laughed loudly. even though the first rankings were the last. So what? They were already disciples of the Holy City. Once they stepped into the Holy City, their identities would change dramatically. Therefore, how could these people not be happy? Moreover, it was truly a case of a man ascending to the heavens. As long as someone entered the Holy City, their family would immediately be looked upon highly. Countless forces and cultivators would want to follow them and hug their thighs. For a moment, everyone was envious. Damn it, why hasn't it been my grandson's turn yet? The prodigies of our family will definitely be able to enter. These people gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, listening carefully. In the sky, one figure after another stood out. Those families and sects cheered when they appeared. Those whose names did not appear were waiting. They knew that there was still hope. However, when more than 400 names were read out, many of them were in despair. Their names were already so close to the front. Could their prodigies get it? They were very doubtful. In other words, were they eliminated? For a moment, sighs could be heard. Many people cried in despair. Of course, there were also some families who took a deep breath. They were very confident in their prodigies. Perhaps they would be able to enter successfully and even get a higher ranking. Of course, most of them were onlookers. These people were not assessed by their families, so they were here to watch the show. Hurry up and announce who the first few names are. Chapter 3703. Yes, I think it must be Di Ling. It might be Gui Li. Didn't they all become disciples of the Sage King? These people were too excited. Amongst them, the elders from the Rain Clan, the Demon Star, and the Wind Spirit Star all looked as if victory was within their grasp. What was there to panic about? They would definitely be the last ones to appear. At this moment, the elder from Wushuang City stood up once again and said in a clear voice. Next, it was the core disciples' turn. There were a total of 72 core disciples, and the quota was fixed. However, only 49 people had successfully passed the test and become core disciples. Next up was the core disciples' turn. Although they were all disciples, core disciples and ordinary disciples were completely different. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Core disciples were the geniuses that Peerless City would focus on nurturing in the future. Any family that had someone become a core disciple would definitely be extremely excited, and the scene would be even more spectacular than before. 7th place, Yang Hao. A loud voice rang out as Yang Hao walked out with a glimmer in his eyes. Although it was only 7th place, he was already very satisfied. Before this, he had only been a chapter. Previously, he had already instigated discord and obtained the agreement of many family elders. That was, Lin Xian didn't have the right to be with Shinjingqiu. As long as he continued to make a fuss about this, he would definitely be able to obtain the agreement of all the elders. However, if Shinjingqiu insisted on choosing Lin Xian, all the elders would oppose it. This way, the Holy Lady and the spiritual tribe would clash. This was the result he wanted, so he stood up again. Qiu Er is our Holy Lady, and she has obtained 2nd place. This means that her husband is definitely a powerhouse whose name resounds throughout the world. He isn't someone that any random person can be. Yes, that's right. Lin Wudi doesn't have the right to be with our Holy Lady. This time, all the elders agreed. Even the spiritual race's old ancestor didn't say anything. 1st place was Lin Wudi? What a joke. Gui Li and Di Ling hadn't appeared yet. How could it be Lin Wudi's turn? Perhaps Lin Wudi had already been crippled by Di Ling or Yu Qinya. The others were also discussing who was first. Some people even said that there might not be 1st place, but 3 personal disciples. The news spread wider and wider, and finally, everyone believed it. Could it be that Di Ling and the other 2 had really become the disciples of the Sage King and were above all the core disciples? Thinking about this, the Rain Clan's people were very happy. Their faces were filled with excitement.
Great.
From today onwards, their Rain Clan would be one of the top great clans. Even in the entire second star dimension, they would be an extremely terrifying existence. My backend crashed during the day, so I couldn't update it. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.